good time zone, and a happy birthday to all of those around the world. So I found out that apparently the word slag is banned on Twitch. I don't know why, but I can't name my title that. So we'll have to use a synonym. YouTube gets the full title experience. Twitch, though, you're stuck with a synonym, which isn't as good, but it works. Scrap works, I guess. Just not the same. Probably going to be saying it a lot today, so Twitch better suck it up. Bad. Luckily, I'm not famous enough to be banned. All right, we're jumping right in. We've got a lot to do, a lot to read, I'm sure. Ba-bam. We'll see if this convinces me about Nymph, or maybe even Mittum.
Have you been doing well lately, Doctor?
Enter Kazdel. All right, falling like fireworks. You must be bored of nights like this. The ones where the damp, cold fog creeps up on the roaring fires of the furnace. Ash permeates the air, its choking stench a constant assault on the nostrils. Hard to imagine being able to sleep like this, cramming a whole day's worth of work into an all-too-short dream before awakening to find that things remain unchanged. A black city, black stones, black clouds, and a blood-red flame ensconced in a furnace, unchanging since time immemorial. No, this is not particularly conducive to a good night's sleep. At the very least, something should fill the dreary silence. Something like... That can't be the furnace. That's smaller than I remember. 9:30 p.m. Overcast. Kazdel Residential District. guitar-playing singer. The fire of the furnace is Kazdil's sun truest. It dries our children's clothes, warms our warriors' hearts. Docile burden beast to look at it. Stamps hoof to the beat. Moo moo. There's no better place in Kazdil than the plaza by the furnace. Those stingy little hawkers haggle with some loser mercs. Who the... Sarcast swearing. Do you think you're mouthing off about? Your singing stinks, going all day like a broken horn. We didn't lose to the Victorians. We had to... Oh, what were those again? The fighters console themselves, calling it tactical retreat. Right, it was a lactical defeat. Even the burden beast know his knapsack is now empty. His daughter's not seen him in years, now looks at him funny. The crowd, warming by the furnace nod, or the furnace node, begins to laugh. Suddenly, an ear-piercing sound rends the air. The laughter abruptly stops. The warrior's an angry mangler beast. His hands like claws reach for my throat. Won't someone come save me? Oh, she will. Over here, my savior comes. Overwhelmed girl. The ceremony's starting in 5 minutes. Knock it off. What did I say about putting your music sheets in the cordon, Snapstring? Get your clutter away from the furnace already. And you, Steel Skull, back off from the cordon a bit, unless you want your burden beast buddies to burn their fur. Oh, it's you, Nymph, joining in the fun. Relax, this broken furnace only spits out sparks. I know better than you, right? Settle down. My head's nearly got crushed, but now I do recall I wanted to give the souls in the furnace one last farewell. Calmly warms itself by the fire. I get it. Not everyone's 30-something like you, but things are about to change. The furnace used to burn revenants for power, but we're about to switch to a new source of energy. Oh snap. Ermi says tonight's ceremony will be really, really important to get the revenants to come out. If something goes wrong and the furnace goes boom... Steel Skull, are you even listening? Oh, I saw much worse out there. Even the feline's cannons barely even singe these guys, so what's a rinky-dink oven gonna do, even if it blows? The fire's just right tonight. Might as well get my blade reforged. Harumphs happily. Why won't you guys just listen? Fine, I'll do it myself. Hey, don't tug on my burden beast. Hey. Wah. They'll think you're playing with them and knock you into the dirt. The unreasonable is now reasonable. You bully so you don't get bullied. Our ancestors seen enough. They're about to go flying free. You gotta respect that guy never stopped singing. A true master of his craft. That's dumb. Sarkaz don't bully Sarkaz. Disdainful whistle. Ow, that hurt. The plaza's packed. Are you really going to tell everyone to go home one by one? You'll need more than one set of legs. Can't you just, I don't know, use your jaw powers to scare them off all in one go? So fear is actually specifically a Jal power. Which is funny because she's not very scary. No, that's simply out of line. Sarkaz don't bully Sarkaz, remember? Also, you should never ever treat a Jal's power so lightly. Okay, no wonder you're the kindest Jal. No, the nicest Sarkaz in all of Kazdel, nymph. Now, go break a leg. She also might be the most well-dressed Sarkaz in all of Kazdel. I'm not sure how she keeps her clothes so clean. Nymph looks behind her at the furnace node plaza, filled to the brim with raucous singing, peddlers hawking their wares, and hammers beating on weapons. In the distance, the soul furnace towers above, belching out an acrid, thick black smoke. A careful listener could hear the faint screeching of the revenants. For the past 200 years, day after day, it has sent energy to the furnace nodes, which then passed that energy to the countless homes in Kazdel. I don't know about what will happen to the revenants after the ceremony. Come to think of it, I don't know what the revenant even looks like. Smoke, mostly. I promised Ermi I'd make sure the people in this neighborhood were safe before the ceremony started. Also, does she have an alarm clock on her waist? Why can't the Sarkaz and Kazdel just do as they're told? I like how they're like, Sarkaz don't bully Sarkaz, and yet 4 years ago they had a whole civil war. What is the meaning of this? Are you going to let me finish reading or not? Another fit? Oh good. Why don't you milk this all out tonight? It's not as if you're one paying for the ceremony, are you? Enough. Now I don't like being told, or I don't like being here and inhaling these noxious gases either. If you could all be a tad bit more cooperative, we could get this over with and be on our separate ways. I shall just carry on from here as I was interrupted. Not that any of you are listening in the first place. The duty of the soul furnace nears a close. The torment of thine burning body here too shall end. Thus under the eyes of the myriad souls do I pray. If I could offer a comment, although the ceremonial recitation states pray, you ought to know that this is more of a notice. Also, await these rites in peace, spread out thine suffering, means pipe down and don't cause a ruckus. Things are rather hectic in the city right now, and if you could just wait until I have a moment spare, I'll give you all the pomp and circumstance you need. When the time comes, do as you will. Whether that means going home and staying here to help, hell, get into a fight, if that's what you want. Just don't tear down the city walls while you're at it. Did you get all of that? Speak up if you did. Your rights mean nothing. We have waited and suffered for too long. You threw us into this furnace. Too long. The burning, the scorching. Yes, I understand you've been through a lot. Just to be fair, I didn't throw you in there, and we Sarkaz today are not so ungrateful. What we're doing at this very moment is trying to get you guys out, so pipe down already. Millions upon millions of nights traveling through the dark, my kindreds, my screams have been drowned. You young lich, a mere child. Insincere, insolent, ignorant. Still your tongue, cease your lies, and get thee gone. Sarkaz swearing. You'd better do as you're told if you know what's good for you. I've tried to keep things civilized. Act your age already. You're over 10,000 years old. Wow, okay, so they're over 10,000 years old. So they are some of the first Sarkaz, but potentially, because Kalsit's only 13,000. So they might even be T-Kaz? They were around with the first, I believe we got from, what story was that with where we saw them being thrown into the furnace? Was that just from episode 14? Might have been. I think they said they were around with the yeah, we should all saw that. I think they said they were around with the first king of Sarkaz. But they might have been even just T-Kaz turned into Sarkaz, and then they turned into revenants when they couldn't die, and then they were thrown into the furnace. As the wizened lich rants and raves, a stray glob of slag splashes across his face. Ow. Master, is everything alright? The gauge indicates that the furnace's energy output is unstable. Is there something that is the matter with the ceremony? Do you require my assistance? Stay back. You're not needed yet. Tirade of Sarkaz swearings. Mark my words, if these geriatric fools aren't taken care of by tonight, I'll be Manfred's personal shoeshine. Meanwhile, Manfred. General, you've been standing guard all day. You should take a rest. Now's the pivotal moment of the ceremony. Nothing can be allowed to go wrong. And take your positions. If you notice anything out of the ordinary, report to me at once. He just can't die. I guess he's back in Kazdel now. I guess they're just... They said they had a tactical retreat, so I guess they all fled Kazdel. Does that include Teresis, though? Yes, sir. It seems Kazdel is somewhat chilly this time of year. And apparently hanging out with Wishadel. Interesting. I wonder what happens at the end of Victoria arc. Okay. Hey, you really ready to meet your old pals? Oh gosh. I guess I need to remember the Revenant's voice if Wishadel is going to be a thing now, because he's always going to be there. And I don't remember it. Today is a crossroads. The end of an endless history. I think it was something like that. The sacrifice may not have been willing,
but it was their agony and torment that ruled Kazdel for thousands of years. For that, they have my utmost respect.
Not willing. You were the one who caught them and threw them into the furnace in the first place. You really think you'll manage a nice, peaceful chat with them?
Her Highness has restored my sanity and given me clarity. My mind is no longer shrouded in haze, my heart no longer gripped with senseless rage. Let me see them. I'll try to quell their anger. It was I who began this age of suffering. It is only fitting that I end it.
Huh. Here's hoping you can. Yeah, so Manfred's not even a fugitive. He's just hanging out with Wishabel now. He really does survive the whole thing. Good for him, I guess. Their souls are roasting in the furnace. They've got emotions of every sort. Will they really be ready to wave goodbye to their old metal home? Oh wow, look at this Sarkaz. Sarkaz don't fight Sarkaz. I feel like we've got some serious revisionists going on. Hey you, stop gopping at the furnace like an idiot and start gopping at my wares like a genius. If you don't like them, you've got no taste. Come take a look, girl. Oh, you again. Fat Wallet, about last time. Oh no, are you hurt? You should watch where you're running. Wow, we're getting a bunch of new Sarkaz people. The girl makes a face and sticks her tongue out at Nymph before peeling off into the distance. While you're short on customers, Fat Wallet, I need you to get your stuff outside the cordon. I can help. Well, fine by me. Not like I got any customers. Really? That's great. I'll get started then. That was a big smile. I'm gonna need payments first, though. If I have to move my whole stall, then you're gonna have to rent the spot from me. Rent? But this is just an empty spot by the road. Well, it's mine now. It's got a good spot by the furnace, lots of slackers hanging about. It's warm, too. You can get your 3 square days a here without having to waste energy at home. It won't be cheap. Anyway, that's enough free talk. You want anything more out of me, it's gonna cost ya. You got in my way of business here. Hey. Nymph looks to the soul furnace with worry. It might be her imagination, but the smoke appears to be getting thicker. A job only I can do. Sure, Ermi. My purse has been pretty light lately, so this is a lifesaver. What do you need from me? Repairs? Looking for after burden beasts? I can do a little bit of everything. Oh, Ermi's Ermengarde. That makes sense. I would never task you with... That's not her accent. I would never task you with something so trivial. Oh, kind and considerate nymph. It'd be a terrible waste of talent. Let me think. What shall this position be called? Neighborhood officer? Neighborhood officer? Alright, I may have just come up with that title, but it's really important. You'll be the friendly neighborhood officer or solver of any tricky issues. As you know, ever since the Victorian business, we've been dreadfully spread thin, and the maintaining of order in the streets is becoming more difficult by the day. But when it comes to making sure that everyone's safe, you're the one of the best. You're Kazdil's most considered Jarl after all. I am. Well, I think you're the only Jarl, so yeah. But okay, I get the idea. Make sure everyone's safe. Just leave it to me, Army. I'll do my very best. They're really giving these characters a lot of more... I mean, they've had... It's kind of here and there. Some of the characters in the past have had pretty good facial expressions. But between Nymph and, like, Pepe, they're really putting in effort with that. Seems like the main character gets it a lot. Fat Wallet, if I rent this spot from you, you'll move outside the cordon, right? That's what you said. Let me see my... Where's my purse? Wait, it's definitely on me somewhere. I must have put it in another pocket. How could this be? Maybe I forgot to bring it with me when I left the house? That's what you get for being the most well-dressed sarcasm Kazdel. Well, it looks like I got a fool on my hands. Maybe you're a nice, honest soul? Nope, there's no such thing. So a fool you must be. My purse is gone, and the ceremony's almost over now. Fat Wallet, please move your stall away, please. If you don't move, then Steel Skull won't either, and then everyone's gonna get burned by the furnace. Yeah, that big Lamarck's still holding a grudge. All I did was store my goods in his house while he was out fighting, not like he said I couldn't. I looked after that daughter of his for years. He slings back to Victoria, tail between his legs, completely empty-handed. You think I babysit for free?
You looked after her. You raised her to be a, sarcasm-swearing, thief. I gave her a name so I could send her off to learn to read and write, and you ruined all of that.
Wait, please stop fighting. The furnace, the cordon, there's no time. That's my purse. Please don't run. Ow. Nymph is tripped up by the girl and lands face first in a puddle of mud. Bystanders chuckle as they help her up, and covered from head to toe in muck, she glances dejectedly at the quarreling duo. Everywhere she looks, people are going about their business as usual within the cordon. Even the pushover, wandering singer is sitting cross-legged, composing a new song by the light of the furnace. Oh, what to do, what to do. What she wants is really simple, but now she finds herself in a pickle. And you're not helping. You done yet? What's taking so long? Wasn't the last few times real smooth? If you can't hack it, just step down and let me... Hey.
Who even let you up here, Wishadel? Did I not instruct Ermengarde to keep everyone away from the ceremony? It's bad enough that you're here. Did you really have to bring that one along too?
We've been floating up there forever, and nothing's happened. I came because I was worried about you. You came because you wanted to rubberneck. As for being worried about me, best you worry about yourself. What's to worry about? I wasn't the one who stuffed our ancestors into the fire to roast yeah, okay, yeah. I wasn't the one to stuff our ancestors into the fire to roast like sweet potatoes. Good. Those who dare speak to a revenant in such a manner tend to meet an unhappy end.
The murderer returns. It is him, he must pay, make him pay. Pain, agony, forsaken, all his debts, how dare he? Silence, all of you, listen to what he has to say. Yet, I owe you nothing. It was all a necessary price to pay. Then why did you not stay? Then why did you not throw them in too? Then why did you return? I'm here to pick you up. Your duty is at an end. I've come to welcome you as you leave this cramped purgatory. Ridiculous. Laughable. It was you who threw us in here. You who left alone. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you return so brazen and condescending? I will see you pay the price. I will see everything burn in the raging flames of this furnace as we did. I understand your anger. I will face your wrath. But now I just want you to come up and see the Kazdel of today. Come and see. See the city you've devoted yourselves to. It is proof that you lived. You have no place to say that to us. No, wait, you, the one we call the eldest of revenants. Why have you become like this? Ah. You need not feel sorrow for me. My shattered soul has been burned away. Nothing is left. Eldest of revenants, why? Why are you in a cannon? No, it's more like a sancta gun. Our vaunted elder trapped inside a sancta gun.
What are they arguing about, old man? Translate for me. I'm not entirely sure it could be called an argument. Huh? Why so quiet all of a sudden? They hash things out already? Pff, maybe don't blast ash in your guest's face. What the hell was that? Based on my prior dealings with these fellows, that would be the equivalent of spitting in your face. Me? What did I do? Sarcast swearing, hey you old farts, what gives?
This, you are all beyond reasoning.
What's going on?
General, our cannons, they've started charging on their own. I think it's the remnants of the Revenant fragments in the core.
They still have the Revenant in the airship? Starting up our guns, is it? What's the target? If I'm reading this right, it's the soul furnace. Quick, cut all power. Fantastical lights explode and streak across the night sky like a rain of fire. Cold, weary, and unchanging as ever, Kazdel silently absorbs their fiery descent. There is always someone awake, yearning for a glimpse of something different from the small patch of night sky outside their window. Something like a sudden violent burst of fireworks. The furnace! Who fired that cannon? My roof, darn it, I just fixed it up a few days ago. Where'd the big rock even come from? What's that burning smell? Ow, my head, hot, hot, hot. Dang it. And what was that? No, I don't have time to worry about the roof. Everyone, please listen, that accident is definitely connected to the ceremony. The soul furnace could restart at any moment. For your safety, please evacuate outside the cordon immediately. Clang, clang, clang. The mercenary mending his weapon keeps hammering away without even looking up. Wow. Come on, come all, come and take a look. You're blind if you don't buy anything. You all really... Just ancient sarcasm swearing. Oh. Yeah, just ancient sarcasm swearing. Die already. Is that the Jal's true nature speaking? Steel Skull's hammer stops mid-swing, Fat Wallet's shouting stops mid-sentence, and the Wandering Singer's guitar string snaps mid-pluck. Girl, what did you just say? I said... Are you deaf? What? For the sake of everyone's safety... Burn, burn, I'll burn you all into ashes. Hey, calm down. What are you coming over here for? My clothes and the burning beast are what was it, flammable? He's right, don't do anything crazy. Get behind the cordon now or else. Cowards who flee from battle. Thieves who steal from their own. Lowlives who indulge in pleasure. Idlers who shirk their duties. I'll kill you all. Kill, kill. Or else... Huh? Where'd everyone go? One by one, the plaza's crowd turned their heads, staring at Nymph in disbelief. Steel Skull frantically tries to drag their burden beast out of the cordon, while Fat Wallet packs up her stall with surprising speed for someone her age. Nymph feels something bump into her belly. The girl who stole her purse shoves it back into her hands and runs off as fast as she can. The Wandering Singer now stands meekly outside the cordoned area with his sheets under his arms, as if he has been there the whole time. Wow, that was... Nymph scratches her head, setting free the glimmering fragment that had fallen into her hair. It still retains the heat of the furnace it was so unduly ejected from. As it tumbles out of her hair, the strange voice in her head cuts off. Nymph, can you hear me? Nymphy, hey. Is that you, Ermi? How come I can't see you? You've got the mirror in the little box I gave you. Wow, Ermi, how'd you get inside the mirror? Didn't I tell you when I gave it to you? You must have missed the instructions I wrote again. Lich creations aren't so easy to understand. Besides, if I ever need to use it, you'll help me.
So what's going on? I saw a really big explosion over by the furnace. Something went awry with the ceremony, and now the ancestors are throwing a fit. Get this, the Revenant on the airship got into a fight with those in the furnace. Are you okay? I'm fine. The little explosions like that couldn't have hurt me. My master's still counting on me to run errands for him, though I have a bit more on my plate than I can handle. As for the furnace, it's still intact, and there haven't been any issues. But the explosion caused another problem, and I might have to ask you for our help again. I'm just glad you're alright. Whatever you need to help with, just say the word. We need to hunt down all the bits of slag that got ejected from the furnace and see if they have any remnant fragments in them. Revenant fragments? Are they dangerous? A lot of people have been picking up the shards of stuff that fell from the sky after the explosion. They are, which is why Master wants me to find them as quickly as possible. The Revenants in the furnace are restless now that they're missing some of their kind. As for the Revenant fragments that are scattered, they're like ticking time bombs. We don't know when they're going to stir up trouble. But don't worry too much. Judging by the number of Revenants still inside the furnace, only a handful of fragments have a Revenant riding along. Fewer than 10, in fact.
How many Revenants are in the furnace?
Few. Finally, some good news. I was thinking about how long it'd take to find every single bit that fell from the sky. Well, unfortunately, that's the difficult part of all of this. We have no idea where these fragments fell. They could be anywhere in Kazdel, really. So what do the ones with the Revenants look like? To be honest, I haven't had a proper look at them either. It shouldn't be too hard to identify something with a Revenant riding inside it, so it influences the emotions and senses of the people around it. Would they happen to be surrounded by wisps of smoke, or maybe they sparkle and flash too? Yeah, something like that. Then you might want to look at this and see if that's what you're looking for, though I haven't felt any influence my emotions or anything. Are you at home? I'll head over right now. Wherever you are, don't give that thing to anyone else. You're lucky you're a Jol. Oh, okay. I'm by the furnace node near my house, so come as quick as you can. This little rock sure is hot.
So I guess that was the Revenant, not her Jol power. Okay.
Ermi, you're back. What did your master say? The good news is that it really was a Revenant fragment. Master's already placed it back in the furnace. The bad news is that we might have been too quick with retrieving it. Why is that a bad thing? Shouldn't we put them back right away? Wait, did your master compliment you? Even you have him figured out by now. Yeah, he did. And every time he does, he's always building up some bad news. You know how I have to inspect the goods coming in and out of Kazdel every day, organizing patrols, arranging repairs and the holes in the furnace, and even inventory all the stuff he brought back from Nightanya, right? He's already running me ragged, and now he wants me to. Ermi, did he try to tell you that you're already swamped and that someone else should go gather the fragments? Or did you try telling him that? I did tell him that. I even told him that the only reason he found this in the first one so quickly was you. And then, did he change his mind? Why are you looking at me like that? Wait, Ermi, hey. His nymph? Hit me out again, one last time, I swear. I really have too much on a handle, and that old tool doesn't really care. Please, you're the only one I can count on now. But you just need to find all the fragments and bring them back, and I'll give you a nice big reward if you do. I know you don't really lack anything, and I guarantee it'll be something you really want, And it's something only I can give you, not even Master could.
Good times on Zakramir.
Well, don't keep me waiting or guessing. Just say what it is and I'll think it over. I can't tell you too much at the moment, but don't worry, we liches are a generous people. Huh. Is it really that proper attitude to ask for? Anyone else would have walked away, but not this silly Jal. She just lets you walk all over her. So fine, I'll help you find these fragments, but do you have a map that can show where they are, Ermi? The kind with the little black dots floating around? Do you think liches can conjure things from thin air? Why would I have something so strange? But you have a point. You'd be chasing your own tail if you just sent it off to find the fragments with no help. Not to mention that you don't have anything that could actually contain the revenant fragments. Pass me that box that boxing of yours. While I think for a second. I'll need some time to give this a few upgrades. Head home for the rest and rest for now. Once I am done, I'll come find you. I thought it was a super urgent task. Oh, I wouldn't go that far. And once you have the right tool, you'll save far more time than a few hours it would take me to make it. Fine, but I still hope you can think over the map thing a bit more. I'll put my box over here. See you later, Ermi. A way to detect the revenants, to isolate them. What if I dismantle this part? No, that won't work. Ermi, I'm heading back now. I'll wait for the good news. Oh, alright, bye-bye. Liches are always so quick to jump into thinking mode. I really hope she doesn't become like her master one day. I've got important things to do tomorrow, so I better get some rest. I wonder how many people will dream about those fireworks tonight. It's so hot. Like trying to hold a roast sweet potato fresh out of the oven. Can't imagine how hot it must be in the furnace. It's nice to meet you, ancestor sir. I don't quite know what to call you. You must have been burning in the furnace since my grandparents were still little. You really have to give it to that crowd just now.
Nymph walks over to the quiet corner of the plaza and sits down on some steps.
I should probably put you back where you belong, but getting to meet you was something really special. I'd better tell you what I need to say quick. I've always known you were real, ever since I was young. Everyone said you were just stories to scare little kids, but I always believed. Back then, there was a Babel camp right by my doorstep. Mom and Dad never let me wander too far, so I was always looking for the camp doctors to play with. My favorite fairy tale was the future the Babel doctors told me about. And then my Babel friends left without warning. One day, I'd go look for them as usual, and there was just a field. I was really sad, so I cried and cried at the furnace node in the plaza, because everyone told me that the underground pipes connected to it would carry my voice all the way to the great big soul furnace. Now that I've seen it, or heard you, I feel so happy. You really do exist, and you've been protecting us and all of Kazdel this whole time, and...
Noisy.
Sorry.
Nymph's eyes widen as the shadow slowly seeps out of the shimmering slag. It is barely a wisp, as faint as the cicada's wings. But at least, it doesn't sound as angry as before. Are cicada's wings faint? They're quite noisy.
Gobby.
You mean our neighborhood? Well, I think it's kind of nice once you get used to it.
Barely any improvement.
Improvement? Oh, you mean compared to 200 years ago? Right. You've been in the furnace all that time. Maybe this is your first time out.
Nymph stretches out her hand that the slag is resting on, allowing him a clearer view of the plaza. The first view he has had in 200 years that does not include flames.
See Ancestor Revenant, sir? This is where we live nowadays.
What's that sound?
Snapstring singing. That instrument he's holding is cobbled together from scraps. It looks like a guitar, but I don't know what to actually call it.
And the mercenary?
You mean Steel Skull? He's had a few drinks and now he's dancing around his Burden Beast battle buddies.
What of the army?
Do you mean the military commission? Maybe, do you see that big airship flying overhead? I've heard they're up there.
Rest.
They got beaten up really badly. After a long period of silence,
That is the only word the slag says, and Nymph doesn't quite understand the meaning. Not too far away, the wandering singer plucks at his instrument and begins to sing a song of farewell as promised. Is Nymph any good? I don't think she's bad. I don't think... she's probably on par with the other top casters, I would imagine. I don't know if you'll get anything new from her, except for the new status effect. She's the main op for the new CC. I mean, so they want you to fear things. I do think the fear thing is going to be pretty useful. Until they give everyone resistance for it. You don't care about CC? That's fair. Yeah, so I'd probably say if you already got like a top caster, you probably don't need her unless you just really like her. You already have logos, yeah. The event levels let you try her out if you haven't already. In case you're curious. Looking for the Blaze ult for as your primal caster. Not sure what she does, actually. I haven't looked. burn damage, I would assume, compared to Nymph's necrosis. Kind of like a fire version of Nymph. Gonna need someone else to burn them to be effective. Who burns people, though? I don't think we have a fire Arturia yet, do we? Oh, I guess technically the new Sui guy lets people do burn damage. Wow, Rekindling and Despair talent. When defeated, becomes incapacitated and gains 6,000 point barrier, then recovers HP and then stuns enemies. That's crazy. Looks like she's more of an AoE character as a primal caster compared to Nymph. Vortex damage is better than doing all the same. Well, a lot of the elemental damage build off each other, it seems. That's like... So it's like, it's good, like... The trial level with Nymph has Arturia, and they build off each other and do a lot of damage. Like, you want to kind of stack Necrosis. Or stack Burn. The streets on the way back. Poor slum youth. I came to you to help some big shots solve your problems. You won't find a shoddier district in all of Kazdel. I have a group of real good workers willing to help build a furnace node. Think about it. With this supply of power, this district will be able to transform. People will have to keep themselves fed and won't have to cause trouble anymore. You sound pretty confident. What do you want from me? Steel for the pipes, right in the middle of the district. You can have your people keep an eye on it if you want. Trust me, you won't recognize this district in 3 months. You see those guards watching over the steel? Do you believe me now? It's the bosses who ordered this furnace node to be built. There's plenty in it for you, if you'll work for them. I want food, enough to feed a decent team of workers. I know you guys have plenty. Bring it to the warehouse here, and we'll have enough space. Trust me, this is a good deal for you.
You see the food in this warehouse, come help build the furnace, and everyone gets some every day. Better than robbing people in the streets, at least you don't have to worry about getting your skull split open.
You got guts, kid. You want to hire the mercenaries to work for you?
You're big, tough, and not afraid to break a sweat. You'll make great workers. Listen to me, and I'll make sure you all do well for yourselves, better than you're doing right now, at least. "7:40 a.m. Overcast. Good morning, Big Head. Came to get your clothes. Your collar wouldn't have been charred if you came any later."
Don't you dare call me Big Head, and put away all that crap you picked up. I don't... Sarcasm expletive. Pile shit up in front of my door.
Just one night, I'm selling it to the boiler guy. Won't bother you, not that much anyway. The hoodlums who would have stolen them if I left them at home. But no one in these parts would dare have their finger in your pie.
You're talkative today. Aren't you gonna work?
Didn't you hear that nasty noise last night? A rock this big fell right on top of the construction site. If I went to work now, I'd have to help move the rocks and fill in the crater. Why would I want to do that 3 times the work for the same amount of food? Say, you're up early. Are you going somewhere?
No, just in the mood for a morning stroll.
Well, don't go to the south side. It's a mess. I was out there cutting wires in the morning when I heard that a hunk of iron fell from the sky straight through somebody's roof. They hardly started grinning when the broken horn showed up. Now there's a handful of gangs wanting to trade that iron for food. Everybody wants a big piece and they're almost fighting over it.
Over iron, is it valuable?
Or iron is invaluable only when bird and beast fly. Those broken horn hard heads would draw their blades for half a hunk of black brick. They've torn the house down if the consultant wasn't there to keep them in line.
Well, they'll stay in line with the consultant watching them.
Don't say I didn't warn you, and I would take a long way around if I were you. You see those two over there?
Where?
You know Nymph. Don't know the other one, but she looks like a lich. Those two are keeping order around here before you came back.
A lich? What are they doing here? Isn't she worried about getting her nice shoes dirty?
Might be Nymphy's friend. Look how they're laughing with each other. There's the boiler man. Gotta borrow your cart, Big Head.
What did you just say?
I mean, big guy. Have a nice stroll. I've just got to sell junk.
I'll let it slide this time, if you share half the money you made.
Huh? Just wait a second, big guy. It's not like I don't want to share with you, but there's money good for what's money good for Kazdel in these days? If a revenant fragment is too big, press this red button in the back until the box becomes big enough to hold it. And do not poke your head inside no matter what happens. And that's pretty much it. There's a manual inside as well. Any questions? You really don't have a treasure map that can show revenant fragments' locations in real time? I told you, liches don't grant wishes. Even though they rhyme. Making art creations is serious business. Here, put this on. The lich's arts inside will detect nearby revenant fragments and emit an alarm when you're close enough. The box looks like a mercenary communicator. Be glad you got that. I was planning to make the case out of scrap paper. But this doesn't look much more serious than a treasure map. Hey, I was joking. Give it back. I have to keep an eye on the furnace repairs and review the book that my master gave me. I am counting on you to find the revenant fragments, Nymph. Of course. That's what friends are for. And they were right. You're the kindest, gentlest Jarl in all of Kazdel. Who says? There aren't that many Jal in Kazdel. I'm just helping out a friend. Well, you get back to work. I gotta go. I gotta go myself.
Still don't believe there's any other Jal in Kazdel.
Are you sure? Is this where you saw the meteor fall?
Yes, it was this place.
But Ermi's detector isn't reacting at all. Do you remember what the meteor looked like?
Some of them were round and some of them bumpy.
There was more than one.
A wonderful smell when roasted on an open fire.
What?
Leave the skin on, soft and fluffy, simply lip smacking.
Ma'am, what are you talking about?
Go inside. They've only open in the morning and they won't stay open for you.
I'm looking for the meteor, not mercenary potatoes. The stuff that the fireworks dropped last night.
Fried rice? There's no fried rice.
Never mind. I guess I might as well ask the mercenaries. Get some rest, Granny. I'll bring some roasted potatoes next time.
Thanks. I like mine a little charred. Nymph keeps walking. The courtyard is not big, but there are a lot of things here. Mercenaries who back from the front lines have set up a camp. Simple ovens bake in the corner, with embers still smoldering inside.
Hello, anybody here?
You're too late.
What?
I brought the last bag of roast potatoes. Come back tomorrow.
I'm not here for potatoes.
We've met twice before, but that was during the Civil War. I guess you don't remember. The roast potatoes are pretty good. I could give you half of one if you want.
No thanks, I'm here for the meteor that fell last night.
You're after the piece of iron. Well, it's not here anymore. The Broken Horns didn't get what they wanted at the veterans' home, so they got a few gangs together to bring it to their own turf. The commotion last night, or lasted all morning, and nobody's mended the last hole in the roof.
A few gangs, did they all touch that piece of iron?
A dozen or so folks must have touched it, maybe 100. A few wise guys tried to scrap some iron off with their fingertips. Are you shivering? Do you need a potato to warm your hands?
Oh, I'm fine.
Go on, don't be shy. I can spare that much.
Thanks. You said they went to all that trouble for a rock with some iron. Doesn't that sound a little weird?
You think so too. The young Broken Horns seemed really obsessed with the iron. They just wouldn't leave it alone. You have any idea what's going on?
Let me think.
Oh, why am I asking you? It's not like you live here.
Yeah, I haven't been to this district in years. I don't know it well. Where can I find the Broken Horns?
Go straight until the end of the path, turn right, and keep walking until you reach Burning Tail Junction, where the cherry trees used to be. You'll see it there.
Thanks. Say, what's your name?
They call me, well, you can call me Pull.
I'm Nymph.
There's a sudden crack of thunder in the dark sky, but no raindrops fall. The sound echoes through the walls, rumble in buried pipelines. The thick and heavy shell begins to peel off, revealing the original texture beneath. Oh dear. Look at the time. I've got to... it's been a pleasure talking to you, but I had to get some veggies from the vertical farm. Gotta rush. Bye. Oh, okay, bye. The young Sarkaz carries his shopping bag with his tail and strolls leisurely into the alley, showing no signs of a rush. Burning Tail Junction, Cherry Tree. I remember the place, but I thought the cherry trees were cut down before the Civil War. Well, look who it is. I smell fried potatoes. Where are they? Here we are. I don't... That's not proper grammar. I'm not sure what that's trying to say, to be honest. Is it here we are, maybe? I don't know. This street looks the same. There used to be a huge piece of orangenium crystal here. Did they move it out, or do I remember wrong? He lacks education. So true, I'm sorry. I was being an elitist. Beansprout said things were bad here, but I haven't seen a single hoodlum yet. I should sock him one when I get back. My house is just around the corner. She used to stand guard here, and I'd get a good beating if she caught me running out into the streets. What's the point of looking for it, though? It's been so many years, people come and go. Somebody else probably lives there now. What would they think if I said it used to be my home? They'd probably think I was crazy or just an idiot. Not like I can come back and reclaim it as mine. Just a quick look, that'll do. Go around the corner and get your look. Then go get something to eat just another day. Wait, where's the house? Just a wall. Where's the roof? Who tore down my house? What are you shouting about, silly big guy? Shouldn't you go home and roast some potatoes? What are you doing on broken horn turf? They'll strip you naked, you know. Whose kid are you? Who taught you to talk like that? The girl in the window does not answer. She makes a face and wags her little head. The mercenary sees the black rocks growing out of her neck. This is broken horn turf, how? Don't you see the red words on the wall? Oh, don't tell me, you can't read. It says traitor, that's what they say happens to the guys who get on the wrong side of the broken horns. Hey, don't go, I can teach you if you want to learn to read. I got nothing against you head sellers. The mercenary stops in his track and turns around, looking up at the girl from below the window. His yellow, muddled eyes make it difficult to hide much emotion. What's a head seller? That's what the broken horns call people like you wearing a jacket like that coming back from the outside. But the girl who taught me to read won't let me use that word. She says it's derogatory. Where can I find the broken horns? Hey, stop right there. Who are you? 2 days and the broken horns got you blind? I'm here for the gang meeting. Gang meeting? You? What are you talking about? This isn't your barbecue, Saul. Since when do cooks get a seat at the table? Has your dumb ass healed up? You want me to get the consultant? I don't see him anywhere. Where are you gonna find him? Boss says the meeting starts at 3 bangs in the steel bucket, and no one else gets in to go. I'm not deaf. It's only been 2 bangs. Oh?
That's 3 through. You know what? I'll take a little pity on you. You want to go in, give me 3 roast potatoes now, and I'm not paying for them. Sure, if you dare. Take a guess what extra seasoning I'm going to put on them. Is it blood? Hey, hold on. Did I say you could go in? What are you looking at? I'm talking to you. Me, I'm here to listen. Get lost. This is no place for you. See this? A fire poker. A knife made from a horn. It's really sharp. Ouch, that must have hurt. Why would you poke your finger like that? Here, I have a bandage. You, get lost. This should be the place. How do I get in? I've heard that the broken horns are a bunch of unruly young kids, and now... Come on, Nymph. Think of your friends. Could anyone help? Not this one. Not that one either. This one might have some influence at a gang meeting, but I don't think she's in Kazdel anymore. What about the consultant? All the gangs in this district listen to him, but I've never seen him and I don't know where he lives. I should just wait here. He's always the one officiating the gang meetings. I'm sure he'll come by. No one's coming.
Ah, are you waiting for someone, Miss Nymph?
Oh, did you get your veggies?
It was a little late. All they had left was sweet potatoes. That farmer's a grumpy one. He doesn't let you pick. It took a lot of sweet talking to get a few decent looking ones.
Wow, sweet potatoes can get this big. The ones I know aren't even a third the size.
The only way to get ones this big is if you try your luck at the vertical farm. But I hear the farmers keep the best ones for themselves. Anyway, what are you doing here?
Oh, I was trying my luck to see if I could run into the consultant here. The broken horns won't let me in, but they wouldn't stop me if I was with the consultant.
It might not go down quite like that. Do you, know the consultant?
I asked someone to help me get in touch with him, but I never got a response.
So you're waiting for someone you've never met. How would you recognize him?
That's why I said I was trying my luck. Maybe he'd know me.
Is that piece of iron really so important?
Not just to me, it's important to everyone else here. I have to bring it back to...
The furnace?
Yes, you saw it too. The fireworks last night.
They came from the furnace. But wasn't the appeasement ceremony in progress then? Are we talking about revenants? Why are you here? What about the liches?
Huh, you know about that?
Just my luck. I thought I was imagining things. This is even worse than I thought. You've been standing here for a while, right? How many times did they bang the steel bucket?
3 times, I think.
The gang meeting has started. I shouldn't have spent so much time shopping today.
It may not be too late. I think I'll wait for the consultant.
Fair point. A gang meeting without the consultant is basically a brawl. Well, it's your lucky day, Nymph, or maybe unlucky day. Come on, let's get this trouble all fixed up.
No, wait. You don't even know what's going on.
I'll tell you my theory on the way, and you can correct me if I'm wrong.
Beast shit, no goddamn way. That courtyard was given to us by the military commission, and the consultant rather signed off on all of the business on these streets. Why would we move out just because you say so?
Calm down, Beryl. This isn't personal. As for you, Beck, you need to watch your words.
As if I'm wrong, Ebony. Why should these head sellers be allowed to take our turf after spending so many years on the outside?
You weren't the boss of your gang when the consultant gave them those 2 blocks.
You know what? I should have kicked the old man off his suit sooner. I wouldn't have let the head sellers set foot in here if I was in the room back then.
Say that again, I dare you. Don't just stand there staring, pull them apart. You should get your mouth slapped back. They were out there risking their lives for us. And you, Beryl, stop being such a hardhead. Beck could run his mouth all day, but none of it matters until the consultant gets here.
Stop defending them, Ebony. Who gives a damn about the consultant? How many men does he have? How many blades does he have? Not as many men as you, but blades, that's hard to say.
Consultant.
Consultant. Who's the Jal?
Oh, don't mind me. I'm the consultant's assistant. I'm here to help him take minutes.
Yeah, my wrist has been hurting lately. You could take our place if you have a problem with it. Oh, I forgot, you can't read. Well, everyone's here, let's get started, unless someone has something important to do.
Not at all. We're all waiting on you how to decide to split the piece of iron. The cloth over it is pulled away, stirring up a cloud of dust. Nymph covers her nose with the back of her hand and squints at what lie underneath. It is a large rock that has been touched by fire and smoke, with broken oranginium pieces scattered across the surface. Underneath the cracked exterior are honeycomb-shaped rust marks. The woman, whom the others call Ebony, takes out a screwdriver and pries a small piece of rust off from the crack. The light shines through the smoke upon it, reflecting a faint blue glow. The device on Nymph's wrist trembles as though it just felt a chill.
Looks like there's a fair bit of Orion. Is this it? Not Orion, but or iron.
I think so. But Ermi said the detector would sound an alarm. Why is it quiet?
All the Orion extracted from a piece this big could feed you all for a month. But who's gonna extract it? All these little oranginium bits are like mini bombs, if not processed properly.
Some of my guys at the ironworking shop on the Colombian frontier.
You'll roast it like you roast your potatoes?
Shut the sarcasm expletive up. If you don't know what you're talking about, I can always cut it up before processing it.
That won't work. The oranginium fragments are unstable. They could go off at any time.
I've done some business with the furnace stone manager over by the western wall. Should we ask him?
Didn't you understand? The fragments are unstable. You think he would risk blowing up his furnace? Don't forget where the fireworks last night came from. If the big shots catch you, with whether it's the military commission or the liches, who have a slightly grim opinion of you fellas, you know what's gonna happen. Not my problem if it's just your own graves that you're digging. But not when you might leave the rest of us starving.
Is there no place in Kazdel that would take it? You're not telling us to send it back to where it came from, are you?
You're getting ahead of yourselves, Ebony. We haven't gotten the ore iron out yet. Besides, it's just because no one will take it at Kazdel doesn't mean no one will take it out there. Some smugglers will do anything, no matter how dangerous. You might take a hefty haircut on it, but it's better than leaving it to rot in your hands.
How big of a haircut are we talking?
How should I know? It's not my area of expertise. This is what I do as a consultant. I tell you how to cut the cake fairly, but I've never been the one to actually cut it. How can we be sure the difference won't end up in your pocket?
What are you saying, Beck? Apologize to consultant now.
To him, I don't understand why you're all so polite to this guy. Have things been peaceful for so long that you've forgotten where you should be pointing your blade? He says he's in league with the noble masters up in the towers. He makes it so we don't get to fight or eat, so we end up fixing the walls for them. Why would he help the head sellers take my turf? I've lived in Kazdel since the day I was born. Why should I give my house to some slugs who haven't set foot in here in decades?
Draw your blade. Nobody's gonna say I killed an unarmed man.
Sarcasm expletive. Give it a rest. Both of you. You can't fight out yourself once you got the food. Or you can fight it out yourselves once you got the food. Put your blades down now. I guess someone forgot what my job is. I just give advice. You decide to take it or not. I know a few smugglers, but let's just say it takes some credit for them to handle such a hot potato.
Sorry about that, Beck, consultant. Sorry about Beck, consultant. He's still young.
I'm not that old either, Ebony. I know some of you don't trust me, and think that I'm where I am thanks to luck alone. That's fine.
We listen to you because you know your stuff. A full belly doesn't lie. Only greedy fools.
Detector, beep beep. Everyone looks in the direction of the noise to see the Jal, who claims to be the consultant's assistant, reaching out to the piece of iron with a strange box. She almost has it. Beep beep beep. Oh crap, the timing.
What are you doing? Get your hands off the ore iron.
Sarcasm expletive. Almost let yourself sneak it under my nose.
What's the deal, consultant? I've got the door. They're not getting out.
Your rules say that the penalty for stealing in this room is a lost hands, consultant. You pick, Jal, left or right. She's not stealing. I asked her to measure the ore iron content in the rock.
That's right. It's so high, it made my detector go haywire.
Be careful. I didn't hire you to give me a heart attack.
Sorry.
I'm not sure I believe you, consultant. You think we weren't watching you? It's one thing to help the head sellers. At least they're sticking their necks out. But working with the tower dwellers, that's another beast. Why would a Jal girl in a pretty dress like that work as your assistant?
These are old clothes for my mom and dad. I just cut them to fit me.
That has nothing to do with what we're talking about today. The more important thing here is how we turn this piece of iron into food, isn't it? How about this? I'll get someone willing to go over the walls to bring some food and take away this ticking time bomb, and then you can take your time to figure out how to share the food. I changed my mind. Food's gone once you eat it. I want blaze, or iron, and one hand from this thief. Do we have a deal?
Can you extract the ore iron? I won't ask about your connections, Beck. You want the piece of iron, you can have it, but you got to supply our share of the food. Do the Broken Horns have that much food?
Didn't the consultant call this a time bomb? You want the food from me when I'm helping you solve a problem? It fell in our yard. Food or iron, the veteran homes takes the bigger share. Ha! Those streets belong to the Broken Horns. You don't get any leftovers.
We'll follow the consultant's rules. Everyone here gets a share. The mercenaries get an additional share to repair their roof.
Why does he get to set the rules? Why not me?
Don't think for a second that we're scared of the Broken Horns, Beck.
He'll be arguing over the next 100 years at this rate. If the Broken Horns want the ice iron so much, they can have it.
Consultant?
Let me finish. Any damages resulting from mishandling by the Broken Horns will also be Beck's responsibility. Yeah. As for the rest of you, whether it's food or iron you want, I'll take care of it. Consider it an apology for the little commotion just now. You can come get your share once I have figured out the amount. Not for free, of course. My pockets aren't that deep. Any firework pieces that fell on your turf, you bring them to me, no matter how big or small. Don't be so short-sighted. The Liches may not be roaming the streets day after day now, but they're always watching us. Make sure you understand what you're allowed to take, and what you shouldn't even go near.
No objection. I picked up a lot of small pieces, but they're too small to be anything useful. How does this work? How much food and ore iron can we get from the piece?
Excuse me, I have an idea. The amount of ore iron can be calculated from the purity, but I'll need to take another measurement since I got interrupted. It would be best if I could take a small sample.
Paul looks at Nymph with bewilderment in his eyes, but nods his head. The others give way for Nymph to take her peculiar handbox to the cracked piece of iron. She takes out a strange rod and knocks on the surface lightly. A small, dull-colored piece falls out from inside. Nymph slowly opens the box, sucking the piece in, then the box closes. Everyone in the room feels compelled to look up to the window. The skies are still dark, but the light shining in the end seems to have gotten brighter and warmer.
Phew, done.
Write your choice of supplies and your name on the paper. Come back in 3 days. You know where to find me. Doesn't matter if you can't write, Beck. You got the whole piece of iron. You're not getting anything else from me. And we'll deal with the territorial dispute between the mercenaries and the Broken Horns. Same day next month. All you better show up. Here's the paper, just like you wanted, consultant. Anything else? Alright, you can get back to your own lives now.
Thank you so much, consultant. You're really a huge help.
It's nothing. I've crossed paths with that Lich lady before, after all. It's the least I could do. And please, call me Pole.
I never expected the legendary consultant to be so young. But the supplies that you promised the people here, to get me out of that jam, do you really have so much food and ore iron in stock?
Maybe. I've stocked a bit over the years. Not sure if it's enough, though. Maybe I should get a head start on picking up the firework pieces.
The clothes on your back are all wet.
Really? Well, I guess it's a hot day today. Oh, were you scared? Well, of course I was scared. Did you see how many men they had and how many blades? They could have eaten me for dinner if they meant it. What was I supposed to do? I just wanted to get everybody together and make our lives a little better. How was I supposed to know that things would turn out like this? I didn't sign up to become the consultant. Calm down, we're safe. You heard that? What? Jal, this time spelt with the 2 J's for some reason. Can read minds, can't they? Did you... They can read minds, huh? It's okay, I didn't peek. Why does everybody think we can do that? It's a regional spelling. It's true that I'm a little sensitive to people's fear, but it's very demanding arts, and do you think I really want to hear what other people are thinking? I guess you're right. It's not exactly pleasant stuff you would see in Kazdel. Anyway, did you get what you needed? Yeah, it's perfect, look. It's so small, but it does look unique. It was surrounded by ore iron, and that's why the detector didn't react. Well, you got what you came for, didn't you? No, I'm just getting started. Ermi, my lich friend, says that there's at least 4 or 5 more pieces in the city, and I have no idea where to find them. I was planning on asking someone well connected. But who's better connected in these parts than you? You must know something, right, consultant? I have a rough idea where some of the pieces might have fallen, but I can't be sure whether they'll have revenants in them or not. It's a start. Better than stumbling around the city trying my luck. If you help me find the remaining pieces, I'll ask the lazy liches to reimburse the food and ore iron you're handing out. Well, food might be a little difficult, but ore iron shouldn't be a problem. There's always parts coming off the furnace during maintenance. Well, I guess I couldn't do worse. Hey, stop tugging on my sleeve. I'll take that as a yes. A little stroll would do you some good, given how stressed you are. Who said I was stressed? Did you forget I'm a Jal? You said you didn't look. I like that they actually explained why she was so well dressed. So the Liches took over the city, which we saw... I mean, Ermengarde mentioned that in episode like 12 or 13. And of course we saw them going back to Kazdel in Drillingstrom. But the military commission is back on their airship, but I guess they haven't tried to like take over instead. So the Liches are mainly in charge. I feel like the Liches would be good. Especially comparatively. But,
I mean, I guess it hasn't been too long, so I guess they can't expect a drastic improvement in life quality so quickly. But it seems like at least the people, the everyday citizens still feel like the liches are kind of like elitist aristocrats and are hoarding resources, perhaps? I don't know. Looks like he's the only king left. Yeah. Depends. I mean, depends if like the Cyclops have a king, I guess, or like the Goliaths. Whatever happened to the Goliaths? I guess the Jawls. I don't know what's going on with the Jawls. This is our first Jawl we've ever seen, so. I mean, actually, Lacura Maline's still around, right? So, but she doesn't care about Kazdel. So I guess he's the only king left that actually cares about Kazdel. By Goliath, I meant Gargoyle, actually, not Goliath. Goliath are the generic guys. I don't think they've ever had a king. Speaking of gargoyles. I mean, technically, we don't know what happened to the Noxahir King yet, either. I would assume he dies. Or did he die in episode 14? Now I'm drawing a blank. Did he already die? No, I can't remember. Maybe he already died. Neshalem? Yeah, Neshalem. You think he's fine? Yeah, I can't remember.
I'll have to refresh myself. There was the big battle. And they got the Sire Kings and like destroyed all the Oranginium, but I don't remember if they killed Neshalem or not. The lion draped or linen draped monster. My stuff is different from theirs. I picked everything nice and careful. Look at the quality. How can you give me the same price?
No difference, 3.
How about this? I got another handful of pure ore iron in my pocket. No oranginium mixed in at all. I'll add it to the pile for a piece of your bread.
No.
Who do you think you are, old man? 3 potatoes for 3 full baskets of ore iron scrap. Did you bring your conscience in the furnace too?
My bread is pure white flour. You're not getting it for a handful of slag. Get lost. Next. 2 baskets. Put it on the scale. 2 sweet potatoes. Grab it from the ash. Don't try to swipe any. I guarantee you I'll know. I told you to get lost, Bean Sprout. You're in the way.
You're not the only furnace keeper in this city, old man. If you won't take this, someone else will.
You can have this entire batch of bread if you get more than 3 sweet potatoes from anybody else, you dumb slug.
Everybody heard that? No takebacks. Dark as expletive. They just keep getting worse. The furnace keeper this side's only giving 2, and the seller's leftovers from last year's. How am I supposed to make a living? My back's hurting from gathering this stuff all night. It's not even worth a day of food anyway. I'm not going back to the old man. Maybe I should check out the market on the east side. But the path east would take me past those 2 shacks. The old folks say they dumped broken bodies during the war. And there are still ghosts who couldn't get back up to the myriad souls. No. Only kids are scared of ghost stories. Of course I'm not scared. Just a dark alley and a few abandoned shacks. There is no myriad souls anymore, dude. He makes up his mind and pushes his rickety cart forward, around scattered piles of firewood and puddles, toward the narrow and winding alley. A dark borderline cut open the path ahead. In front is the area in the shadow of the soul furnace. The gaunt man slowly slows his steps and covers the cart with his jacket. Ugh. It's just around the corner. How is it so cold at midday? Ha! What's with the weather these days? Did something move? Who's there? Who said something? This place has been abandoned for ages. What's that sound? A blade being sharpened? Meat being cut? Sarcasm expletive? I'll just run through with my eyes closed. The cart crashes into a wall just as he's about to get out of the shadow of the furnace. No, not a wall. His eyes run across gray-white metal as he looks up until they meet a pair of crimson-red counterparts. Ghost! Sorry, I think I'm lost. Are you alright?
Are you blind? Didn't you see my cart? You... Sorry, my fault. See ya. No, just stay there. Don't move. What's up with the weather? How's it so hot when I don't even see the sun? I'm soaked with sweat. How many weirdos in this town? So many weirdos in the town these days. You again? I thought you went west. A pair of blood-red eyes rise slowly from the shadows in a corner, rising above the Sarkaz's head, above the shacks, by the wayside, above the wilted trees. The heavy figure turns slowly, emerging from the furnace's shadows. The tattered linen cannot hide the gray-white cracks, but they fill the Sarkaz's vision. Raw. It's true, Sarkaz expletive. The young Sarkaz's eyes roll into his head. He lets go of his cart and falls unconscious to the ground. Rip. Let's take a break. There's water over there to wash your face. Well, I got dirt all over my face, but at least we have something to show for it. If nothing else, we've got that huge rock out of the construction site. Who would have thought that only a thin outer layer is iron and the rest is just ash? Where do you go next? To the east side is the market. You can find all sorts of stuff there. But they close early, and it's practically a ghost town by the time the furnace's shadow rises above the east wall. Don't step on my writing practice, nymph. Oh, sorry, Sherry. Does your grandpa have you watching the fire by yourself again? He said he was going to work at the construction site, and he's always comes back stinky and falls right asleep. He doesn't even tell me any stories. Hey, nymph. Since you're here, how are these words? You're practicing writing on the ash, but it's... Fresh furnace ash is very clean. Great work, Sherry. I like how Sherry just has a normal name. You got all the words I taught you last night right. I should give you a treat. I guess Pohl, P-O-H-L, is some kind of normal name, potentially. I'm not really sure what it is. I've got candy here. Candy? I don't want candy. I'm afraid that... Afraid of what? That the monster in the alley might take it. Over there, that haunted alley, they say ghosts come for you if you get too close to the shacks. They follow you and snatch your stuff when you're not looking. Sounds like a thief. You must be joking. It's real. A lot of people have run into them. Some lost their candy. Others lost the linens they put out to dry. They say the ghosts don't target you if you don't carry anything good. They probably got robbed by some thugs and were too embarrassed to tell the truth. Don't play with this guy, Nymph. He's bad and he won't believe me. Alright, don't cry. You say a lot of people saw the, ghosts? Yeah, ask Beansprout if you don't believe me. He just ran into one. Yes, it was 3 stories tall, wrapped in bandages and bleeding from its eyes. Wait, didn't you say there were flames coming out from all over? Don't the bandages catch fire? Yeah, ghost fire. It's cold, so it doesn't burn. Okay. Alright, go on.
What else is there to say? What else could I say? I did a backflip in midair and dodged the ghost fire, then aimed for its eyes with a handful of iron scrap. The ghost never saw it coming. Wow, you really are embellishing this story.
A backflip? Just yesterday you said your back was hurting and asked me to carry your firewood to your door.
Oh, I must be a natural. It felt like energy just kept flowing out from inside me.
We should ask someone else.
Don't. No one else could tell it half as good as me. They all fainted when they saw the thing and ran for their lives without looking back when they came to their senses. They even left the carts they borrowed at the scene. What would they know?
You're not talking about yourself, are you?
What if I am? You had a problem with me? I'm not afraid of you.
Okay. Calm down. We really don't have time for this. Quit babbling and spit it out. Paul, consultant, he just ran into something really scary. Don't be too hard on him.
What, consultant? You're the consultant. Oh, I'm so sorry. I wouldn't have skipped anything if I knew that the consultant was here to interrogate me himself.
I wouldn't call it an interrogation.
It's those haunted shacks on the east side. I'm sure you know them. I ran into it. It was crouched in a corner at first, so I didn't notice, but then I took a closer look. It was draped in linen with blood-red eyes, twice as tall as me, and it was grinding its teeth while I was walking. I was so scared I fainted right there. I was still in one piece when I woke up, so I thought I was dreaming at first, but then I reached behind my head and felt the bump where I hit it. See, it's right here.
That's fine. I don't need to see it. You think that's the monster we're looking for, Nymph?
Jake said.
We better go and see if the detector responds. It's not far.
Nymph, consultant, what's the whole truth? Whatever you lost, it really wasn't me. Life's hard enough as it is.
Don't worry, we're not here to give you trouble. But you should get your cart back, or else I can't promise you that Big Head won't give you trouble.
The young Sarkaz's smile freezes. He pats his own head in chagrin, only to hit the fresh bump. He grimaces in pain. Can I ask one more favor, Nymph?
Here's the shack he was talking about. It's been abandoned for ages, though. Is your detector reacting? No. Are we looking in the right place? More likely the kid lied. Does she know there are Sarkaz ashes in the pile she's riding in? I'd guess no. You protect her well. Is that protecting? Of course it is, anyway. It'd be pretty embarrassing if we got tricked by a kid. But here we are. And if it really is the work of some thug... we might as well take care of him. Come in. There's no... Oh. Oh snap. Nymph is about to speak when she sees a blade pressing against the back of Pole's neck. The blade is blunt and chipped, but the hand is surprisingly steady, pressing against Pole's neck 3 centimeters beneath his ear, without the slightest movement. Nymph, don't... The Jarl has drawn her staff. The arts wave emanating from it does not dissipate at Pole's words and continues to intensify. He won't kill me. You wanna bet? Put the blade down. It's alright, trust me. No needs for bets here after all. Ugh. I can handle one wounded warrior on my own. Her hand is bleeding. But it's not Sarkaz blood. Who are you? This is my home. You don't get to ask who I am. No, this is Kazdel, home of the Sarkaz. Let me see your face. Haven't I seen you before in the settlement outside the city? You were smuggling out food with... Mudrock was the name, I think. Mudrock? I think I've heard mentioned the name before. Are you with Rhode Island? If you know our boss, can you help me up? I can barely move my arm. This is the third time I've said it. They're not smugglers. They went to work for food at the construction site. Why didn't I go? I would have, if not for this arm. If you're not smugglers, why did you come into the city while hiding in a haunted shack? Where else can I stay? This is the only place where no one bangs down the door at night. You can't sleep at night in crowded areas, and you can't even go out during the day without someone tearing the door down for firewood. There was a Cabernet thief who cut his horns short. Stealing steel and bricks from the construction site. Is he with you? Definitely not. Why would I do something so stupid, cutting my horns to pretend to be a Sarkaz? That would never work. No matter, not much better living in a haunted house and pretending to be a ghost. We never pretended to be ghosts. Don't blame us when stupid people fool themselves. Your friends were at the construction site to steal bricks and steel. What a joke. I'm not even Sarkaz, and I know that it's impossible. Are you seriously suspecting a child of soil and stone for stealing bricks and tiles? Child of soil and stone? That Mudrock's a gargoyle, I never noticed. It would make sense. The last time I saw Mudrock, she was working on houses outside the city, helping infected from elsewhere start new farms. Then again, why do you have to come into the city? Is there something you have to be here for? When you have the child of soil and stone helping you? Before we talk about the fact that it was Mudrock's decision to come into the city to begin with, what gives you the right to question us? You think we're afraid of the Sarkaz in the city? No, we're afraid of you. When is your boss coming back? We can't wait all day. She would normally be back by now, but without me, and with the Colossi gone, it might take another hour or so. Let's wait. I need to meet their boss. I can't stay here in this. They can't stay here in the city. It's too dangerous. You speak Sarkaz very well, sir. Is that a Lytonian accent? What's your name? Save it. Alright, Mr. Save It. Would you please move inside a little? I would like to sit down too. They're scared of the people outside the city. That's interesting. The Mudrock story operator record had, like, they were living in the city, and they went to the parade and were welcomed mostly. But they were never, but otherwise they were never like going to the city to live.
The sun sets little by little. Nymph looks at the detector in her hand. It is unclear what she is thinking. Pole stands up and sits down again, then stands up again, finally ducking down into a crouch, counting the gravel in the ground. The shadow of the furnace passes over the east wall. Blood from the wound seeps through the new bandage and coagulates. The infected with the injured arm stands up, draws a knife that he left standing on the ground, and peers at the shadow outside. I'm gonna look for them. You coming?
Do you know which construction site they went to?
No, I'll check all of them if I have to.
You're just gonna march through the streets like that? A wounded outsider, how about this? I'll go with you, and if anyone asks...
Shush. Paul is still staring at the gravel. He has separated it into 4 piles, sorted by color and size, which now tremble and collapse in a unique rhythm. They're back. Mudrock, they found it. Thump, thump, thump. The heavy footsteps stop at the entrance to the alley. Nymph and Pole soon hear the faint sounds of metal scraping, the sounds of blades being drawn. Mudrock, I'm alright. The child of soil and stone walks out from the corner, seemingly oblivious to her friend's call and making no motion in particular, but the infected who follow her put away their weapons. Mudrock walks into the battered shack and throws her shovel in a corner. Come in. Sit. Rope. The 3 statements flow from Mudrock's mouth in the same tired tone with virtually no interruption. Nymph sits down on the stool opposite Mudrock. The infected stream into the room, leaving behind 2 holding a rope that stretches into the alley. Ajal.
Hello, Mudrock. Yes, I'm a Jal. My name's Nymph. My mom and dad are both Jal. With a J, though, for some reason. Okay, is that actually a thing? Hold on. They spelt it right in one sentence, and then in the next sentence they spelt it with 2 J's. I don't know if you've seen my sister at Rhodes Island. Her sister? Wait, is her sister the HR Jal that apparently exists? What a coincidence.
All Jal are related to each other. There's only 2 Jal. It's just one family, apparently. Okay, I looked it up. Jal with 2 J's is plural. Wow. I don't know how anyone's supposed to know that. But it's plural. According to the wiki, I don't know how it's pronounced. I guess it's pronounced with a jah or something. Okay. It's not a typo. Okay, good to know at least. I like how she's like, my mom and dad are both I don't know. As if that wouldn't be evident by her being a Jal, question mark? Are they still around? She took their clothes, but I don't know if they're around or not. Also, her sister works for Rhodes Island since Babel, but she didn't take her younger sister with her when Babel fled. Well, yeah, crossbreeding's a thing, but like presumably if she's a Jal, then she's not crossbred anyway. Because otherwise she'd just be a Sarkaz. I don't know. I'm not sure when you start. Call it a half Jal? I don't know. So she said earlier, like, she was friends with people at Babel when she was a little kid. And then one day Babel disappeared. So her sister just left her in Kazdel? I guess her parents maybe were still around? I don't know.
They are here.
Well, no, I came to, She's trying to chase us out.
Don't interrupt, Stick. Go on.
We came looking for something. Someone ran into a terrifying monster near this shack, and we suspected it has something to do with what we're looking for. My guess is that it's just a misunderstanding. There's no monster after all.
I know what you mean. We're the monster. That's how the Sarkaz here see us.
No, that's not what I mean. The Sarkaz here aren't much different from those in the settlement outside. They're here because they don't have anywhere else to go. As far as monsters go, Sarkaz have been treated as monsters by other races for as long as Kazdel has stood. You must know what I mean, Medrock. Please explain to them.
Probably a misunderstanding.
What?
The monster. Did it looked like that?
Hey, a hand? Who? Me? Okay. Anxious roar. What the heck is that? Hold it tight, drag it in. 1, 2, 1, 2. With the ropes tied around their waists, the infected wrap it around their shoulders and pull with all their strength. Pull. Looks with astonishment at the thing being pulled out from the shadows. How many times can we say a word that sounds like pull? It is about twice as tall as a man, its eyes blood red, draped in tattered white linen with metal wires and ropes tied tightly around it. The monster. Tied up. What? How? Where? You sure about this? That thing could collapse this rickety shack with a single kick. Just listen to Mudrock. Tie it up. How did you catch it? Whatever this thing is.
The detector is vibrating. Is that your Colossus, Mudrock?
Yes. I saw it by the road, on the way back. It was working just fine yesterday. Maybe a little slow, but nothing was broken. Then it suddenly ran out in the middle of the night and wouldn't come back. Couldn't sense it with arts either. It was something. It's like something was interfering, so do you know what's going on?
Maybe it's under the influence of a revenant fragment.
Revenant? What do they have to do with it?
Well, actually, can I see the Colossus first?
Be careful. It lashes out at anyone. All my guys here have taken a few hits.
Did it break Stick's arm?
No, he broke it in a fight over some work at the construction site.
Come on, Mudrock. You want to stand up for me back there, and now you're doing this in front of some outsiders?
I did not stand up for you. I took all his work. Or did I not stand up for you? I took all his work. He spent the whole day in the sun without getting a single grain of corn.
Anything else I should know about the Colossus?
It seems to be scared of me. It runs away as soon as it sees me. I would have caught it long ago if I wasn't worried it would topple the furnace if it got into the plaza. Nothing else really, Nymph. It's Nymph, right? Be really careful if it was the Revenant that made it go berserk. There aren't many Ja in Kazdel. I don't want to get one hurt as soon as I met her.
Alright, thanks for the advice. Nymph takes out her detector and cautiously approaches the Colossus. 1 step, 2 steps, as she takes the 3rd step, the detector emits a screeching alarm. So, that's it. No, it's not. It's there. The Jal points at a crack on the Colossus. A piece of rubble seems to have gotten lodged in it. It is fixed to the Colossus like a hateful eye, no matter how the Colossus struggles.
I sense something strange.
It's a pain that has lasted centuries, hatred that has lasted 100 times longer. Hoarse howl. This is a revenant fragment, Mudrock. I think that's why it went berserk. People were attacked, but not injured. I didn't think about why that was, but now I think it just doesn't hurt the Sarkaz.
I see. The Revenant are like Kazdel. They reject anyone who isn't Sarkaz.
We need to get the fragment out. Can you help me, Mudrock? You created this Colossus, you should be able to control it. Make it stay still just a little while. Will do.
Okay.
Mudrock raises a hand to the Colossus. It seems to feel the threat and struggles even harder. The metal wires begin to break where they have been weakened by rust, stirring up clouds of dust as they hit the ground. The red glow in the Colossus's eyes grows brighter, and all present hear a cold, eerie voice in their heads.
Oppression, revenge, banish, banish, banish. All you see is hatred. Could you not even tell Sarkaz from outsider? You still raise your fists. That is not what a revenant should be. All right then, let it go.
Are you out of your mind?
got it. Scatter on the count of 3. 3, 2, 1. Banish! Kazdel for Sarkaz only!
What are you then? You're not a revenant or a gargoyle. You're just a broken arts creation. Shouldn't you get out of Kazdel too?
Triple exclamation mark.
Mudrock, look out! The Colossus begins to emit smoke from every crack and fissure. It seems to grow larger, raising a right fist that has almost grown to the size of a shack. It is about to bring it down on the young Sarkaz. The Jarl's staff starts to glow. She looks into the Colossus's eyes and resolutely recites a few words in Sarkaz. The red light in the construct's eyes grows dimmer with each word. The shadows behind Nymph become increasingly sinister, as though ready to leap from the gravel at any moment. An instant before the shadow pierces the ground, Mudrock grabs her hand and snaps her fingers. Snap. The arts that hold the Colossus together are dispelled, and the construct collapses into a pile of gravel and stone. The fist that it tried to bring down turns into a strong gust of wind. Before the dust settles, the faint yellow sunlight has wiped away the last vestige of the sinister shadow. I can find my way from here.
It's okay. I'm going to the Rhodes Island's branch office here to report on the Revenant anyway. You're going the same way. Is it safe to put it in that little box?
Totally safe, it's Lichcraft. As for you and your friends, I know the guard on duty today. I can ask him to sneak you out of the city without drawing attention.
Why should we leave?
Just like that Colossus, there are a lot of people who won't tolerate an outsider living next door. Your people need to eat and sleep, but that's not any easier to come by in the city.
Maybe I didn't bring them here just to eat and sleep. In the past, not so long ago, there was more than just Sarkaz in this city. People came from far away to teach, heal, build. They weren't here just to eat and sleep.
You mean Babel? They left, and you know just as well as I do why they left. It was just a dream, like the kind you get when you're running a fever. I'm glad it was part of my childhood, but it wasn't always a good thing for Kazdel and the Sarkaz. Kazdel's fragile. It can't handle anything like that happening again.
Are you speaking for yourself or for all Sarkaz? Kazdel is not so fragile from my point of view, and the Sarkaz have never been that fragile. The bad can be avoided. The good will always be good. There are things that Kazdel has to face. Kazdel is the last hope for some people, and they can't live in the settlement outside the city forever.
You're Sarkaz, your friends aren't.
They trust me like I trust Amia. Amia, Rhodes Island.
She's not wearing a mask. Amia, Rhodes Island. I've heard about your ideals. They're attractive. I know now I'm even more curious. What is Rhodes Island like?
you can come with me to see Amia. It's not far, just past that street.
She's in Kazdel. Yeah, she's in Kazdel. Let me do this first, though. I said I would, and the one I promised, I'd rather not get on their bad side. Nymph waves the box. The spinning rocks within make no sound. Maybe she came on the airship? Mudrock nods and walks towards the furnace. Are we done chatting? Yeah, where do we go next? I would say the market on the east side, but they've long gone. They're long done for the day. Why don't we call it quits too? But I feel like I forgot something. What could it be? Oh no, Beansprout's cart. Rip. Isn't Nymph back yet? I'm gonna get a bump bigger than Big Head's head if he comes back first. What are you worried for? Nymph always comes through. Look, over there, Nymph. My cart, thank goodness. Isn't there someone to thank besides goodness? Thank you so much. The ghost didn't catch you, did it? Stop scaring Chariot, the ghost, and the monster talk. Just some thugs up to no good. The consultant taught them a lesson. But the homes there are in... Okay. I was trying to use the wrong there. Okay, I see what's happening. But the homes there are in disrepair, and the roads are really narrow. You should avoid the place. Really? But I saw a bunch of people getting chased around by the monster from one end of the city wall to the other. Maybe the ghost is after you, Nymph. Maybe you should teach me a few words today, just in case you can't come tomorrow. I'll be fine, don't worry. She's got a special way of showing concern. It's getting late. I should head back before Broken Horns start getting ideas without me around. Meeting with Mudrock gave me an idea. Do you think some of the fireworks might have fallen outside the city? How about this? I'll touch base with the smugglers outside tomorrow, and take a look around the military commission garrison while we're at it. Alright, I'll go check on the East Market. If you find anything, call me immediately. Don't put yourself in danger. No problem. See you later. Hey, Big Head, what happened to your hand? It's all swollen. Hey, big guy, here's your cart. Just leave it over there. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll be going. Get lost, I'm too tired to deal with your crap right now. Woof, I thought you were gonna punch me. Did you not eat at all today, Big Head? Why the sullen look? What did you just call me? Why is the front of the cart dented? And the handle cracked? Come here, let me hear you loud and clear. Please, help, no, mercy. I wonder what kind of Sarkaz's pull is. He's got a very interesting tale. Not seen one like that on any other Sarkaz. Next, unfinished attitude.
What is it, Ermi? The video call is not working right now. How is your progress after 2 days? I found lots of them. Well, okay, just 2 actually. But don't worry, I'll have it all wrapped up in no time. Why, what's the matter? Nothing really. The old man suddenly remembered this little mission of yours, so he's been pestering me about it. We thought that the fragments would be causing chaos all over Kazdel, but for the time being, things seem to seem as normal as ever. Nobody's knocking on the military commission's door about it, and we haven't detected any abnormalities either. All thanks to me being the first to run into them. Basically, feel free to keep going at your own pace. Is that all? Yep, that's all. Remember, safety first. If you run into anything that you can't handle, give me a call. Sure, will do. Thanks, Army. Army's thoughtful as ever. Even while she works, I should probably pick up the pace.
So, what do you want to eat?
Sorry, let me have a look. I'll try this one. Is this a new recipe?
Just baked dough, same as always. Pretty sure I've seen you eat here before, too.
But the taste is different now. It's chewier than last time, maybe even a little bit sweet.
Really? Maybe my ingredients are better this time around. More and more folks have been coming back lately, and I got ways to get quality stuff at lower price. Dough gets nicer. That's a bonus.
Then do you still need my help negotiating prices?
Nah, an old Merc customer of mine put me in touch with a better supplier. They've got reasonable prices, and they're a friendly bunch. No need to trouble yourself any longer.
Happy to hear that. Does that mean one day you could make white bread like they do in Victoria?
You little glutton. What's so great about white bread? Next time you've got time, I'll cook you up some grilled meat.
Really? Grilled meat. Can I have 3 more buns of dough to go? I'll eat them on the road.
Sure, just wait a sec and I'll give you some fresh out of the oven.
Haha, thank you. I've gotten so much done over the last 2 days, I think I deserve a little treat for myself. Nothing beats a full belly.
Yeah, unless Kazdel has a way to enrich the white bread, they probably shouldn't make white bread. Or they're gonna have widespread malnutrition on their hands. Nymph glimpses at a sarcasm out of the corner of her eye, not on purpose, of course. Any passerby would find themselves turning their head. It would be hard not to. She stands motionless, leaning against her cane with her top-hatted head held high. Here, where most are disheveled and scruffy-looking, a woman like her is a rare sight indeed. Here's your dough.
Oh, thanks.
First time laying eyes on her?
I don't think I've ever seen anyone quite like her.
She wasn't always this way. Not sure when she went mad, left Kazdel to make a name for herself, came back looking like this.
Oh, well, even so, she does look pretty nice.
What's the point of looking nice? Can't sell a thing if you just stand there all day.
She sells big dough too?
As if. She makes jewelry out of garbage. Some odd gewgaws too, like a transparent glass witchcraft orb with a model of Kazdel inside. Or cups etched with strange patterns. It's all expensive, fragile stuff. Only a fool would buy any of it. Heard she's got ornaments and statues on top of all that. Even less business on those. Can't get any use out of them most days, and so expensive too. Don't know what she's thinking. Everyone around here has been telling her, but she won't listen to a word of it.
I don't think it's a bad thing getting to see someone dressed up so pretty on the street every day.
I just hope she earns enough to feed herself. It'd be a terrible joke if she starved to death in front of my stall, right?
I see where you're coming from. I better get going, see you.
Be seeing you, Nymph. Bring some friends next time.
I will, bye-bye. Phew, now that I'm full, I should get back to work. She's so pretty. Is that how they dress in Victoria? Those fabrics look really expensive. And there's that brooch of hers with the purple and red gems. Once I'm done with this job and I get my reward from Ermi, I'll go have a look at her stall.
Poor Tin Man. Poor Tin Man is just lost.
Wait, there's one here. No way, there's no response. There was a response just a moment ago. Where is it then? Wait, that brooch with the purple and red gems.
Nymph feels a sudden tickle down her spine. She turns to look at the stall devoid of customers. But no one is there. The beheaded stall owner has long since packed up her wares and disappeared into the endless stream of people flowing through Kazdel.
Ermi, please pick up, it's urgent. What now? If she's only wearing all that jewelry because she's possessed, then she... There's no time. I'll go look for her first.
Wasn't she wearing that before just 2 days ago?
Hello, do you know where the lady who runs the stall went off to? The one wearing a suit and top hat? A suit of what? She's wearing a really strange clothes and selling stuff no one wants to buy. She went that way. Okay, thank you. The big dough. I got it from the stall over on the corner. Here, have some if you like it. Make sure you go to that stall. It's almost out of the city at this point. What did she come here for? What's the detector say? A very weak reaction, but it's here, alright. I'll just leave. I'll just have to check over everything. It's here. A warehouse? She lives here? No way. Why would someone wearing such nice clothes live here? Maybe it's because of a revenant fragment? I can't reach Ermi, and Pole's looking for fragments elsewhere. Come on, Nymph, think. There's gotta be a way. Hypnosis, mental suggestion, or engineering arts, maybe I could snatch it away.
Hello, young lady. Did you need something of me?
Sorry, let me think a little bit longer.
Very good, ma'am.
Hello?
Crowny mantle, elegance extraordinaire. A pleasure to meet you now. How may I be of service?
Could you sell me that brooch?
Why?
Because I really like it.
Oh. Well, I'm terribly sorry, ma'am, but that is not for sale. Moreover, I'm afraid it's not suited for your ensemble. I have here an ornament much more appropriate for a rose such as yourself. If your need is dire, I could give it to you.
Sorry, I'm only interested in the brooch.
Nymph looks into Crowny's eyes. Or cronies? Crownies? I'm not sure. Crowny's eyes. Her arms hang by her side as her fingers sway lightly at an unusual frequency, tracing complex patterns in the air. Yeah, I was wondering if the detector would pick up Tin Man. He did walk by there. They are reflected in Crowny's pupils, but as she blinks, they are gently wiped away. It seems they have not dug deep into the heart as Nymph expected. I'm afraid that's not possible. I will not part with this gem before finding a suitable replacement. Now, I have some pressing business to attend to, so I am afraid I cannot entertain you any longer. On your way now. Wave staff. Chant softly. Please wait a moment and hear my plea. Nymph projects her arts with all her will, and they descend gently upon Crowny. 1 second, 2. Her target continues to walk away. No effect. She's wearing the fragment. Getting around the Revenant's influence on her sure isn't easy. This is a really stupid way to do it, but I'm sorry. Forgive me, Madame Jal, but I am in a hurry. Please do not block my way. Hermie, please answer. Hermie. Hearts don't work. I can't fight it, and I can't snatch it away. She's no normal hawker. Just follow her for now, Nymph. See where our ancestors wants to take her. Even if something happens, I can at least give more info to Hermie. It's not like she's going to go all the way out of the city, right? We're on the outskirts already. Where's she going? Maybe she is really leaving the city. I should contact the liches at the gates then. Hermie gave me their info. They should be able to get the fragment for me. Where'd she go? Wait, what? Nymph watches as Crowny opens her own box, drawing out a hang glider from the depths within. One hand grips the cane holding the glider's frame while the other holds the box tight. With her characteristic ramrod straight figure dangling from the glider, she swoops off into the distance. I did not see that coming. Can a Revenant fragment really do all of that? I guess I should. Forget it, Hermie's being awfully unreliable right now. Wait, how about Nymph hems and haws for a while as she watches the glider float away, but in the end she makes up her mind. She inserts the tip of her key into the keyhole of her staff. It breaks apart, turning into a swarm of keys surrounding her. She grabs one and opens the bag to her waist. The keys immediately split into 2 groups as she does so. One flock of keys attach to her staff, rapidly spinning like a drone's rotor wing. The others act as platforms under Nymph's feet, holding her aloft despite gravity's pull. Standing in midair is an extremely strange experience. Drifting off wherever the wind blows, watching the familiar sights behind slowly shrink away, until the jagged edges of Kazdel have faded into fuzziness under the gentle light of the sun. Then, with the breeze in the back of her wind ahead. A moment's distraction means tumbling to the ground. Ah! Here, use my handkerchief to wipe your sweat. Thanks. I must admit, I've never seen anyone act quite so recklessly.
You are inexperienced with those arts, are you not? Yes. If you hadn't flown by to catch me, I'd be a big splat on the ground. Thank you for the hanky. Oh, don't mention it. Do you always use your glider to leave the city? It's quite a convenient and graceful, a most beautiful method of transportation. I was inspired by the cable cars plying Yerig's snowy peaks. You've been to Yerig? I will have been one day, but for now the picture in the newspaper will suffice. You should head back home already, young Jal. What a strange ancestor. Why is he in such a hurry to leave Kazdel, and I bring Crowny along? Oh, there's no signal here. Guess we're on your own, nymph. Your big adventure begins here. And she was lost in the wastelands forevermore. Oh goodness. Oh, thank goodness, she finally stopped. It looks like she's not leaving Castle just yet. In the distance, Crowny takes a deep breath, then yells a strange incantation. Come on out, Suffering! Suffering? Is that some kind of incantation? It might be a name of Sarkaz's king. It wouldn't be strange for an ancient king to have a name like that. If you insist, old buddy. Mostama? What? Did not see that coming. Now we have both the two key people. I was just talking about that. We've got two key casters. What was I think Mostama's voice was scratchy. It's been so long. Long time no see. Sancta. His plan involves a Sancta. Time to look it up. I don't even know what would it have been. Guide ahead? What the heck is he up to? I can see you, little Jal. No need to hide behind a rock. Come on out. Why is your apprentice being such a stranger? She's not. I believe there might be some misunderstandings at play here. She has been following me for quite some time now. If you keep wandering with them around with that brooch on, I think your face will end up on an arrest warrant real quick. I will take it under advisement, Mostama. May I see the goods I ordered? But of course. I mean, okay. Mostama is a courier. I guess she just ordered from Penguin Logistics. Not so strange, I suppose. Mostama gingerly places the box she's carrying between the two of them. Three bolts of top quality soft silk straight from Yen, just like you asked. Go ahead and inspect all you like. This is... I can feel it. This subtle pushback when you press down on it.
This suppleness, this pure white.
I guess he really does want to leave Kazdel. He's even got a bunch of supplies ready. Huh, where'd the Sancta go? Hey, little Jal. Nice weather today, isn't it? Stay back. I'm a caster and I've got really super strong arts. Oh, what a coincidence. It turns out I'm a caster too. Makes us counterparts, don't you think? But you're, It's fine. Look, you look reasonable enough, not the type to attack a defenseless messenger like me for no reason. I'll take your silence as a good sign. Crowny's gonna need a little while longer to check off her haul, so I'll get some fresh air over here, and maybe I'll slack off a bit. Won't bother you at all. How's that sound? So you're a messenger. Penguin Logistics, guaranteed success. Wanna try some Lateran candy? Thanks, then you can have some of this. What is it? Baked dough from Kazdel. Shame it's gone cold. It's really tasty when it's hot. Well, don't mind if I do. So how do you know Crowny? I probably shouldn't tell you. Client confidentiality and all, but you sure want to listen to a Sancta story? Who knows, I might weave a web of lies to ensnare your soul. Go ahead, I can tell truth from lies. They say the Sancta are all awful and terrible, but you haven't shot me with a gun yet, and haven't tried to cut off my horns for a trophy on your belt. Alright. I'll start talking then. Where to begin? A few years ago, on a job in Ursus, I ran into a Sarkaz. Apparently, she couldn't stand life at home and decided to wander across the lands. By the time I met her, she had just managed to find a path she wanted to follow. Ursus has real strict controls on a lot of things, so the Sarkaz needs people like us to get her stuff she wanted. Was Crowny a designer in Ursus? A designer? An Ursine hiring a Sarkaz to be an assistant is already a super nice Ursine. You know, the fashion brand that hired her was actually founded by a Sarkaz, but it got so crazy popular in Ursus most people think it's local. Even that fashion freak over there thought so at first. Anyway, she got the cold shoulder in Ursus, so after a bunch more wandering, she made her way back here. She must have made a lot of money before she came back. Money? Shame I had to say it. But she's got barely 2 coins to rub together. When you look at her, well, you're seeing everything she's got, in a way.
The silk is perfect, Masterma.
Then why she's buying cloth? I've seen where she lives, and the people around her, maybe she's skipping meals to afford all this expensive stuff? Maybe she's predicted that the furnace would explode and wanted the Revenant to latch onto the fabric. No, that doesn't make any sense. Wowee, that sounds serious. I have no clue what you're talking about, but we should probably head on over. Come on. Need anything else, Crowny?
My thanks, Masterma. You must have been through a lot coming all this way.
Nah, just doing my job.
As for the further work, I would like some fabric from Sargon. I presume I will need to give full payment in advance just as before.
I mean, sure, but I don't think you'll be needing my services much longer.
Whatever do you mean? Is your company changing its modus operandi?
No, don't get the wrong idea here. What I mean is, this sort of stuff will be sold in Kazdel soon enough, so you won't need penguin logistics. Is that so? The number of caravans going in and out of Kazdel has doubled several times over. The folks at Rhode Island have also helped set up a few connections for the city. You'll probably have a place you can get imported goods before long. So you're saying I will be able to sell my Kazdelian souvenirs? Your what? Crystal balls, cups, souvenirs that you get on a trip. Not that different to the ones you see in other countries, they're just Kazdel themed. But who would want to go on vacation to Kazdel? We don't really have any good sightseeing spots. Also, we literally don't allow non-Sarkaz into the city. I wouldn't mind, to be honest. Walking around, see your soul forge, roam the streets, and there's that Temple of Knowledge. That's in Kazdel, right? Shame I won't get the chance. Your idea is not bad, though. You should talk to the merchants. They might want to buy souvenirs and show them off back home. I'll bear that in mind. My thanks. As for you, young Jal. Call me Nymph. Let us go, Madam Nymph. We should hurry on home. Okay, well, see you, messenger lady. Ciao. If you ever need anything, remember to call Penguin Logistics. Crowny's got our contact. Shouldn't you have popped out too, suffering, or is it Mad Bomber these days? Ah, that makes sense. Have you lost your mind? Coming to Kazdel just for a delivery? If you get caught by the Sarkaz, there's no way you're making it out alive. She's an old customer, not wise to refuse a request. What, worried about me? Supervising you is my job. We're going back right now. Immediately. Alright. Not like there's anywhere to run in this wasteland anyway. Say, why don't we go have some fun in Kazdel for a day? Raises weapon. Start walking. It's so hard to get through to you. Welcome to my humble abode. After an entire day of walking, Nymph and Crowny are back in front of the warehouse where they first spoke. The place that Nymph assumed the Revenant compelled Crowny to go to avoid the crowd. She really does live here. There's a bed, a workbench, some clothes hung up, a corner full of junk. She's missing a lot of basic furniture. When you look at her, well, you're seeing everything she's got in a way. Please make yourself at home. Sure. Do you need help, Crowny? No, I can handle things on my own. That cloth you bought is really expensive. A mere several months' worth of food, hardly important. This place is ill-suited for a brooch. If I use this cloth to make a matching necktie or cravat... Madam Nymph, what is it? You wanted this brooch, did you not? Yeah. But didn't you... Take it. I no longer have need of it. A heavy stillness emanates from the brooch, and Nymph cannot stop herself from shivering. She quickly throws the fragment-embedded jewelry into her box.
This whole time, the Revenant fragment seems to have done nothing other than latch onto the brooch. No commanding strange conjurations, no instigating arguments in a crowd. When he was in the palm of her hand, she even felt some fury and frustration coming from him, like talking to a burden beast. Pardon? No, oh no, it's nothing. Just a funny idea that popped into my head. Are you feeling alright, Crowny? Thank you for your concern, but I've been fit as a fiddle this entire time. She doesn't sound any different from earlier. Has she really recovered from it? Is there anything I can do to help? Don't hesitate to ask. As it were, Madam Nymph, I do have a presumptuous request. Just Nymph is fine. No need to be so formal. Very well then, Nymph. Could you come here for a moment? Nymph looks at the clothes atop Crowny's workbench. They appear to be a suit, but not in Crowny size. Could you try this on? Me? Crowny whips out a tape measure, rapidly taking Nymph's measurements while muttering strings of numbers to herself. It should fit you, give it a try. Aren't these clothes really expensive? I'm scared I'll... Don't worry, it's not finished yet. Well then, alright. How do I look? Beautiful. How is the fit? Are the cuffs too tight? Too loose? Is there anything that feels particularly awkward? No, it's a perfect fit. Are you making these clothes for a friend? No, this is a gift to myself. This outfit's creation is my dream, but alas, I am unable to realize it. I think it's pretty much perfect already. Far from it, I'm afraid. The cuffs still need embellishment. The accessories still need matching. All in all, still rather crude. You may take it off now, Nymph. My thanks. Oh, okay. But why would you make an outfit you can't wear? Because its revelation gave my life direction. I wanted to distinguish my life from those of others. I too love this city, and so I called attention to myself through a multitude of methods. Old Sark has tricks all. I'm sure you'll understand where I'm coming from. In the end, I was driven away from Kazdel, set adrift in the winds. I was offered menial work in Ursus. At first, it was only my survival instinct that spurred me to accept. But I found myself rather suited to deft needlework. More importantly, I obtained a designer's manuscript. I saw Kaz designer from Kazdel. Kazdel designer. Never had I thought those two words could fit together. Were these clothes in the manuscript? They were. It was heavily damaged. It was a heavily damaged book, and much information was lost, save for a note reading 4 a.m. and the framework of the suit. Naught else remained. Despite the damage, it provoked an emotion I had never felt before. In order to understand it, I took up tailoring alongside the crafting of many other knickknacks. As it happened, Kazdel had forgotten me by that point, and so I returned under a new identity. Kazdel has changed, just as I have. It's a more tolerant city these days. Even a stuck-out nail such as myself can find a stage here. So is that why you made stuff you can't sell? They are souvenirs. There will come a day that Kazdel will entertain visitors from all across Terra, this I do believe. Though I am merely testing the waters on a whim, If other places can enjoy something, then why not Kazdel? We are not so different from them. It could be a suit of fashionable clothes, a set of baubles for tourists, or even a way of life, the pursuit of beauty.
You might be thinking too far ahead. I've never even dreamed of Kazdel being a tourist attraction. You're right that the city has changed lately, though. There's lots of people walking around, and it's really lively these days. Completely different from before. Did you see the fireworks a few nights ago? They were so pretty. Maybe the furnace got a bit too happy and lively, and that's why it fired them off. Nymph, what's going on? Everything's fine now, Ermi. Ran into some trouble while I was trying to get the fragment, but they're taken care of now. It's good to hear. I was helping the old aiding my master in some research on phylactery, so I couldn't get your calls. Terribly sorry about that. It's fine. I covered most of the city by now. There's just one newly repaired residential district left to check. I might be finished by tomorrow, so you better get that reward ready. Once you're done, come right over. And it's all yours, your lifesaver. I'll be turning in early tonight. Goodbye. Sure, see you soon, Ermi. Well, I won't trouble you any longer, Crowny. If anything comes up, remember to come find me. Here's my contact.
I will, thank you. Good night, Nymph.
Good night. Ah, I'm so tired. I never got to eat any of that baked dough I bought this morning. Munch. I think if I warm it up once I get home, it'll taste a lot better. Oh, how'd you find me?
You walked up to the city gates and flew off the walls. The information brokers must have been chatting about you pretty much all day.
Did you find anything?
Nope, no signs of fragment influence around the military commission garrison or the settlement. You found something yourself, didn't you?
Yeah, look, the fragment I found today is super pretty. It's like a gem.
It's a piece of glass from inside the furnace, looks like. You're right, though, that color is really distinctive.
The lady who gave it to me was really distinctive, too. Today's been really hard on me, though. I was running around all day, and now I'm tired and hungry.
Go home and get some rest already. Just one residential district left to check. Gotta do all we can to get everything wrapped up tomorrow.
Alright.
Damn, you're so tired. You nearly smacked your head against the wall. Fine, I'll walk you home. Don't fall asleep just yet. Tell me about this distinctive lady you met.
Sure. I went to the market this morning to buy some baked dough, which smelled really nice.
Two more to go. We're gonna take a quick break. Before we jump in. Be right back. And we're back. All right, next up, the witch and her afternoon tea. Where am I? Hey. Hey. How did I get here? My hand. Pink patterns have formed on her hand. Blood has frozen into crystals, tearing skin apart and forcing its way out along the patterns. Chill winds blow past, tearing blood and flesh like flower petals, leaving behind only... It hurts, why? Half an hour ago. Decided to do an IS4 run. Big mistake. Should not have done that. It's not worth it. I am sorry, Nymph. I hate to rush you like this, but I won't have the peace here until those revenant fragments are back where they belong. Master and Wishadel have been fighting constantly. They sound crazier than the ancestors in the furnace. I'm sorry, Ermi. I've practically combed over every inch of Kazdel, but I just couldn't find the remaining fragments. Please, I am counting on you. What about that Slum kid who was with you? He ran the number of households in this area against how fast we walked and figured out that we had to split up to check out everything before sundown. We split it down the middle. He said he'd find some repairmen on his side and sticky fingers, or with sticky fingers, and he wanted to take the opportunity to teach him a lesson. I hope he's not putting himself in danger, but I'm sure he can handle it. Hey, come on. It was just a few questions. Why the weapons? Can't you expect to run a dirty operation without facing the music? And I never said I was going to report you to the military commission. Alright, if it's just the two of you, I could use the exercise. What? Those guys are with you too. How many are there? 20? 30? Is it too late for negotiations? He's fine. Do you think the Revenant would miss the furnace after a few days and go home on its own? Are you even listening to yourself? Would you want to go back to the place where you were held prisoner for centuries? It's just an idea. I don't know what it's like in the furnace. You know, maybe Kazdel is a kind of a furnace too. People outside think it's scary and terrible, but it's home to us. It's hard to imagine being in prison for hundreds of years when I've been around for less than 20. Maybe you're in a better position to judge, Ermi. I wouldn't carry on down this topic if I were you, Nymph. You really are something else, Nymph. Probably no one else in Kazdel who would think like that, but you are kind as Jal. Do I smell herbal tea? Oh, I remember now. Kalaisha's place is right over there. Should we pay her a visit? Nymph, we have more urgent business, remember? Right, I was suggesting we go ask about the Revenant fragments.
Who said anything about berry cookies? Are the fragments not urgent business? Fine, but don't take it too long. It's a wonder that you get along so well with Kailaisha, though. She's wonderful. She's always gives me a little present when I visit. Why is everyone scared of her? Oh, but I can't go empty-handed, official business or not. Let me see, she only just moved in recently. What would be a good housewarming gift? Okay, so she just moved in. After getting tired of the wastelands in the north, I guess. Knock knock. With one hand behind her back, Nymph knocks on the slightly damped door with the other. Are you home, Kalaisha? Oh, hello, Nymph. Just a second while I get the door. Good afternoon, Kalaisha. I didn't have time to prepare a gift, but I hope you like this anyway. I remember you said you wanted some flowers to cover up the smell of herbs in the house. Oh, careful of the mud. I picked them up with the roots so you can plant them in your garden. A pair of hands, fair as ivory, take the flowers. Blue petals fall upon her gloves like the patterns of fine embroidery. Blue snowdrops. Can Kazdil's barren soil nurture such beauties now? Thank you, Nymph. I'll place this gift in the finest vase. Glad you like it. I didn't know they were called blue snowdrops. I'm delighted that you came to visit, Nymph, but unfortunately, I'm about to head out. Oh, you're busy. Is it a bad time? Not at all. Just a small errand. It shouldn't take more than a few minutes. Can you wait here? Just don't touch anything while I'm out. Come, some things are not ready or suitable to be presented. Promise me. Yeah, Nymph, you don't want to touch her stuff. I promise. I won't touch anything. My parents taught me manners. Good girl. Nymph sits down by the desk. The warm candlelight is like a fragile barrier against the shadows from the corners of the roof. A faint, acidic scent wafts from the herbs hanging from the roof beams. The wooden cabinets by the wall stand like coffins, guarding secrets that must never see the light of day. Phew, my heart's racing for some reason. What's that creaking sound? Is there a musk beast in the walls? Nymph gulps. She feels a chill run up her spine. She keeps glancing at the window, but the daylight outside seems to grow darker every time she does. Her heart races with unusual rhythm. The jaw touches her chest and feels a trembling box. Oh, it's just a detector. Wait. It wasn't reacting when I was outside. Could the fragment be in the house? My back's starting to hurt from sitting too long. I should stretch my legs. It's alright if I just take a look around, isn't it? This way. That way, up here. It's not under the floor, is it? There, the signal's getting stronger. Ouch. Where did this cabinet come from? Was it here all along? Oh no, I knocked something off. Kalaisha is gonna think I messed with her stuff. I gotta put it back. Surely it's fine to put back something that fell on the floor. Nymph bends down and feels for the blurry shadow in the darkness. A strange sensation strikes her fingertips. She lifts the shadow, feeling a garland of branches, thorns, and moss flower with snowdrops still mixed in. An ancient sarcas. Snow. Nymph feels her heart skip a beat upon laying
or upon saying the ancient Sarkaz word, like the chill she gets when an actual snowflake falls on her palm. She stares at the garland in her hand, resisting the urge to put it on. The room seems to shrink and darken until it's almost suffocating. The sound of breathing in her ear grows heavier, but is it her own or from behind her? The branches entwine with her hair, and the thorns pierce her palm. Nymph silently counts, then turns slowly but resolutely to look behind her.
Please take it.
Huh? When did you... Who are you?
Please take it. Please take it.
The walls of the hut fall and the roof is gone. I find myself in the wilderness, the chaos of battle coming from beyond the dust. The garland in my hand has turned to blood, spilling through my fingertips. A bloodied Noxahair crawls towards me, but I cannot move.
Help me, master.
Who are you?
Tell the liege, the king of Sarkaz is dead. Yalish has fallen. Why do we still fight?
I hear the ancient Sarkaz language, just disjointed syllables that come together to form words. King, death, fight. I try to ask him where we are, but my words slip away from my lips, turning to faint echoes in the sky. Where am I?
The end of the battlefield, the boundary between life and death. Why do not grant me your blessing, master? Do you despise my cowardice too? Grant me the pain of decay. Grant me the continuation of life. Take this power away. Take it away.
He pulls out a rotten object from his chest and places it in my hand. Its visage contorts from pain. His eyes are a mixture of reverence, fear, and hate. Get away from me. I don't want it. Help.
I understand. This is not a blessing, but a punishment for my desertion. Please, Master Kalaisha.
You call me... Kalaisha? Wait, why is my hand aching on its own, or acting on its own? Is this a trick? Kalaisha, stop it! I raise my hand at the broken figure, but the hand I see is wrapped in bandages soaked with dried blood. A tattered cloth brushes against the deserter's helmet. The scent of decay flows out, tearing away at the remains of his reason, filling his husk, bringing life. I feel a daze and hunger. I bestowed strength on my weakened kin, becoming stronger in the process. Without speaking, I hear a familiar voice in my head. I'll assume it's Kailisha's voice. Cast down your weapon, deserter, and leave my battlefield.
As you wish, master.
He casts down his heavy armor, pierced by piece, revealing terrifying wounds through the gaps in the cloth that shrouds him. The blood seeping out of his body coagulates instantaneously, like new skin.
Have you ever seen snow before? The sound of the word is peculiar, but I understand what it means. It has been so long since it last snowed in Kazdel, many have forgotten how to pronounce the word. I killed an Ursine and cleaved open his chest. I watched as he died, but he didn't seem to feel any pain, repeating only a single word over and over.
Saying the Ursine word for snow?
It must be something that removes the pain. Have you seen snow, master?
Pain is the shadow of strength.
And life is the sun. I cannot see snow under the scorching sun. You are afraid of pain, but not death.
But why we live in, nay, it is not my place to say. I should go, master.
Go north, and don't come back.
The scenes before me fades into the distance. I am rapidly moving away from the ground toward the battlefield. I see helmets clash and swords strike against armor. I see the shadow of death looming over Kazdel.
Where am I? Hey.
Hey.
How do I get here? My hand.
Pink patterns have formed on my hand. Blood has frozen into crystal, tearing the skin apart and forcing its way out along the patterns. A chill wind blows past, tearing my blood and flesh like flower petals, leaving behind only...
It hurts, why? Come.
Okay.
And give me your hand. Kalaisha.
She holds my hand tightly and recites an incantation that I have never heard before. I see clear droplets of water hanging from her eyelashes. Perhaps it is melted snow.
Phew.
She exhales and lets my hands go. The comforting warmth is still there. I spread my palms open. The patterns and wounds are no longer there, replaced by a pair of blue butterfly wings which flap and disappear into the snowfield.
Is this weird? Is this real? Yes, it is. Come, I'll tell you on the way. Kalaisha. Have we met before? It's alright. You may call me the North Wind Witch here. I think you're the first Noxahir I've seen since I came here. Noxahir, I've sensed your presence ever since you set foot in the snowfield. You are going weaker, like a campfire buried under snow. A Noxahir who returns from war inevitably grows weak, a process that is even more painful than waiting for the approach of death. So why did you do it?
She throws the question at me casually, like kicking up a puff of loose snow. The question feels so heavy, I can only gasp for air. Words fail me.
Was it because of that war? The Liege ne Shalem had no choice, and you had to take the opposite path as I did. We're here.
Behind a cracked boulder lies a small patch of ice where wind and snow cannot reach. Beneath this ice, the water remains calm, cradling a round air pocket like a sorrowful eye. The North Wind Witch cracks the edges of the icy surface with her staff, and the air pocket escapes, becoming one with the wind and snow again.
I came across this place by chance. The Musc beasts don't drink from it, even if they're dying of thirst. This spring does not grow or diminish. Its water's always clear. It exists on its own, outside of this snowfield. I once bandaged myself by this spring, but later discovered that immersing it was far more effective. Like, you bathe in it. I've heard that workers of the mobility layer bury barrels in the ground to bathe, but it's so cold here. The water is not deep. You can hold my hand if you're afraid. Alright, I guess I'll try. I step slowly into the spring. The cold permeates the armor and bandages that do not belong to me, piercing my every bone. The water covers my shoulders and presses against my heart. Kailaisha, no, a North Wind Witch, do you remember encountering a dying Naxahir deserter a long time ago? I do. Did he ever see the snow? I heard he died on his way north. But he saw snow at least, didn't he? No, he may never have seen it, but the snow was always inside him. The heartbeat gradually slows and I can hear the sound of snowflakes falling on my head, in between the rhythm. The festering wounds of old scars continue to sting. The withered flesh and blood will never flourish again, but none of it matters anymore. The pain has not lessened. It simply exists in another form, like snowflakes that melt in the icy spring. Kalaisha, is this really a dream? If it is, who do you make it for? Who did you make it for? What did you want to tell them? Your past, your future? Or who you really are? Kalaisha did not answer. She sits by the shore, her staff laid sideways on her legs. I see a blue-purple butterfly fly past her hair. One after another, they encircle the icy spring, turning the decay in me into new butterflies as they flap their wings. Crystalline butterflies surround her. Her fingertips drop down to brush the surface of the water, but there is no ripple. The snow stops, and I suddenly realize that so too has this dream. Is the dream over? Elisha, can I leave now? You're scaring me. I could really use some hot tea right now. Kalaisha? In the darkness, I sense something approaching, but whatever it is not alive. I try to curl up, but can't sense my limbs or torso. It is as if my consciousness has left. Malicious sounds. I feel fangs. I sense hunger. I arrive beyond the end before the door. Kalaisha, help! I should not touch your stuff, I'm sorry. Kalaisha? Cold engulfs me again, and fear rushes into my throat. Just as I am certain I will drown, the door opens.
Come in. You have rejected the title of the military commission conferred upon you, Kalaisha. Do you know what you have turned down? A war that we have yearned for too long. The blood of the old days will not be washed away. Don't tell me you really intend to leave with that house. The Liches will never allow you to leave with their handiwork. No. Why is there a Jal here?
Hello, my liege. Are you King, Nej Salim? I read about you in my textbooks.
The tall Naxahir bends down toward me. I cannot tell whether he is observing, listening, or trying to discern my scent.
Why have you come? She has not polished this memory, nor connected it to the other things.
I don't know.
One minute I was in the ice spring with her, and the next thing I know I was here. What do you... Probably should say mean there. What do you mean by not connected to other things?
Kaishala deserted her war, but never her kind. She preserved her memories for her kin for reasons unknown. Perhaps she discovered a new path in the endless ice fields.
Do you mean we're in Kaishala's memories? Do you know how I can leave? How do I wake up from this dream?
Time has no meaning here. No one can know when you will wake up, or if deeper slumber awaits.
Then are you real or a version from Kaishala's memories?
It does not matter. The life of Nej Salim matters not. The name of Nej Salim is synonymous with war. But it has been a long time since I talked to someone like this.
Okay, maybe we can chat until I wake up.
Has the war for Londinium ended, Jal?
Yes, I suppose, but I don't think you'd like how it ended.
No. Surely I would have passed on, but Kazdel and the Sarkaz will remain.
The patriarch of the Noxahir stays silent for a long time, as though he has forgotten I am here.
Maybe we could talk about something else?
Very well. Is it turnip season?
No, not a lot of people plant them these days. Most people plant maize and sweet potatoes. You're into food, I know a lot about that. I mean, maybe not Noxahir food.
Go on.
Who would have thought Neshalim was a foodie?
I'm back. I left a pot of herbal tea on the stove outside before I went out. It's about ready now. Get the tea set out, nymph. The one with the pink roses is for you. Nymph?
The tray slips from the North Wind Witch's hand, and she only has time to grab the scalding teapot. The tray shatters on the floor, but she simply stares in horror at the table. The garland of branches, thorns, and mossflower lies beneath the dim candlelight. Dajal is gesturing excitedly to it, as though roasting sweet potatoes in furnace ash. He does love flesh, that's true.
It's even sweeter than honey when it's fresh out of the furnace. Worth the blisters it gives you. Oh, look at me. I just keep talking about myself. What about you? What's your favorite food? Sauteed turnips? Oh, sweet potatoes might be your next favorite. Just give me a minute. I'll fetch a few from the furnace for you. Kalisha, you're back. Hey, when did I wake up? What's going on? Nej Shalam.
Nymph stares blankly in front of her, then looks down at her hands before looking to the North Wind Witch with teary eyes. Wow, they drew her crying.
Kaishala, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I broke your stuff again. Or I won't touch your stuff again. Ouch, hot. Why are you standing here with a teapot in your hands? Why do you think? How did you get into my unfinished trinket in a time it took me to pick a few flowers from the garden? You even got him out.
Tell me what happened. The revenant detector started reacting as soon as I walked in. I felt like I had to look around a bit. I never meant to put it on, but it's like my hands weren't my own. And then I had a scary dream. One moment I was you, flying all over the battlefield, and then I was in an ice spring with you, and then a monster almost ate me. Those are dreams I made with my own memories to help Zaire veterans cope with returning from war. They haven't been fully tested yet. They're dangerous. Thank goodness you weren't hurt. But I'm not leaving you alone in this house ever again, and you can forget about today's berry cookies if you can't keep your hands to yourself. I didn't really mean to put it on, but there was some sort of power compelling me. I thought you were playing a trick on me. Could it be the revenant fragment you were talking about? No wonder the hut hasn't felt quite right these past few days. I thought I had indigestion or something. The North Wind Witch puts down a teapot, walks around the room, then looks up at the center of the roof. I give you a choice, Reverend Ancestor. You can mock me with my memories in my house, but if you disrespect my guest... Shadows surge from the corners of the house as if wanting to devour the two, but a pair of eyes cold as ice delivers its ultimatum. Then... the eyes close and ice blue witchcraft begins to spread across the space. Are you gonna talk or not? Stop it, you're gonna twist my arm off. Looks like you're the easiest of them to break. Good, saves me the effort. One more time. Are you sure you didn't see it? How was I supposed to see where your thing fell in the middle of the night? Anything like that would make a bang when it crashed, but we didn't. Thanks. See you later. Wait, I want to know what the... sarcasm expletive happened too. Nymph, are you okay? Nymph? Did you find your fragment? I did. The box closes with a click, and Nymph jumps down from the rubble, raising her handy box in triumph. Aren't I awesome? I already have so many. Yes, quite. I already had that fragment under my witchcraft, but it was your awesome arts that brought it down along with my house. Slow clap. Sorry, that was the shadow I saw in my nightmare, and I lost control of my arts because I was scared. But I heard Neslim say your hut was made of lich arts. I happen to know a lich. Please. Kalisha, why are you suddenly looking at me like that? You're scaring me. What else did he tell you? Funny you should bring that up, because I don't recall giving you permission to go over my memories. It was an accident. And you wasted perfectly good tea and berry cookies. Excuse me, what's going on, Nymph? Did you find the fragment? Are you afraid of nymphs? Yes, she found her fragment, but I'm afraid she's busy at the moment. You're, Madame Kalisha, right? So what's she busy with? She angered the ancestors and wrecked my house, so now she has to fix it before she can go. But I thought your house walked into Kazdel and survived cannon blasts from bandits. Could Nymph really have wrecked it alone? Wait. Her house walked in.
Is she like... Is she Baba Yaga? Is that what she's supposed to be? Doesn't Baba Yaga have a walking house?
What was that? No, nothing. Nothing at all, ma'am. Would you like some tea? I poured it right before she blew the roof off. I appreciate the offer, but I'm good. Keep at it, Nymph. Just a few more piles of rubble left and you're good to go. I'm starving. My berry cookies.
Meanwhile...
Another one. I wasn't even looking and I already spotted 4 safety hazards on my stroll. Such a poorly designed junction of pipes is incredibly vulnerable to changes in the furnace's power output. You are basically looking at a potential explosion. Well, good thing the old-timers in the furnace don't have to stay there much longer. Hopefully, by then they'll... Flower petals. Where did these come from? Blue snowdrops, huh? I used to plant them back in Colombia, but I didn't think they could grow in Kazdel. Time are a-changing.
Beep, 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 beep.
What's that? A Jal. That's the guy. The detector's going nuts. It's really loud. It's not going to explode, is it? There must be a huge revenant fragment on this guy. Stop pulling at my sleeve. It's a bespoke coat. This guy, it's living armor. Living armor? Haven't met such a rude little girl since the Kukulkan. He's starting to talk gibberish. The revenant must have possessed him. Pull. Hold the box for me. You want to stuff the whole guy in? I don't think your box is big enough. Here goes. Hey, get this box off my head before I lose my temper. Why are you also in the box? And why are you in pieces?
He was talking to the revenants there.
He's making a run for it. I'll tie his hands. Stay put. Your big head's gonna break the box. I don't need Army getting mad at me again. Let's get him to the furnace quick. They are a-changing, indeed. Poor Tin Man escaped the furnace all this time. And now he's gonna be put into it. What's in the can? Ermi, if you read me, please respond. Ermi, it's not working. Young Jal, could you please unbind my hands? I promise I won't run. At least, let me have a smoke. No can do. I'm not letting you go until you get back into the furnace. I told you, you've got the wrong guy. I've been meaning to drop by the furnace, but I really didn't escape from the thing. I have a Colombian ID in my shirt pocket. I could show you right now if you unbind my hands. I literally work for the shadow government. It would be best not to anger me. It's a long trip from Colombia to Kazdel, isn't it? If you told me you were from Rimbilliton, I probably would have believed you. Hermie, can you hear me? Say, hey, hello? The box's comm art structure has been ruined. You can slap it all you want, but that isn't going to fix it. It might. How dare you? It's your fault my box got crushed in the first place. If I fix your little box thing for you, will you free my hands? Can you really fix it? Don't pull any tricks or anything. I have my own methods to deal with you. I got it, little Joel. Relax, I'm not going anywhere. Hold on, are you actually buying this nymph? This guy gets possessed by the ancestors, and you're ready to unbind him. You sure love getting your word in, kiddo. But you don't seem to know a thing about revenants or Ja. Ja are the only ones that can't be influenced by revenants. Really? Why is that? I'll free just one of your hands. Also, she definitely got influenced at the beginning of it. Whatever. Hey, how'd you break yourself out of that? You tricked me. I knew you were up to no good. I hope you can appreciate how much it hurts to have my hands bound for so long. It hurts even if you've got iron skin. It's not iron, it's tin. And it doesn't exactly hurt, it just... Between his metallic fingers is a single cigarette. It seems to have appeared out of nowhere. The odd man takes it to his mouth, takes a puff, and then spins the cigarette around between his fingers before carefully smothering every spark of flame in his palms. Ah, that's good. You can't buy cigarettes this nice in Kazdel. I have to ration them. Hey, you promised you'd fix my box. I lied. A lich created the arts in that box, and those prideful bastards never think about repairability when they design things. That's not to say none of them earned their pride, though. Come on, you're just going back on your word. Let me finish. You're looking for someone, aren't you? I can't fix the box, but I can help you find the lich who made it. How come you know I'm looking for? I don't, but I think I don't need to. The strange man leans back as a puff of gray, whitish smoke gradually floats from his mouth. The smoke disperses into a rippling cloud like a stone being thrown into a pool of stagnant water. The Revenant's the Revenant's trace fluctuations sweep across the area, drowning all of Kazdel in silence. A brief moment later, the sound has re-emerged, and the puff of smoke has completely dispersed. Who are you exactly? Just who are you, mister? They call me the Tin Man. Tin Man? Look, the one you're looking for is here. One can count all the revenants as walk the lands on one hand. Who might you be? That's an interesting statement. Are there other revenants? Because I was under the assumption that it was only the Tin Man and the airship. But there might be
At least 5. Or at most 5, I guess. At most 5, at least 2. But I guess it has to be 3. Unless she just is assuming that the airship is 1. Although it'd be a weird thing to say, like, you can count them on one hand when there's only one of them. So there should be at least, like, 3, I guess. I don't know. He says he's the Tin Man. He says he's from Colombia. Kazdel is not ready for your return yet. Hard to blame you. I never thought I'd come back here when I left. What did you come back for? He says he wants to go to the furnace. Nymphy. Okay, I won't interrupt again. Go ahead and ask. Then allow me to... Never mind. I suppose there is nothing else to ask. Normally, a guest of your pedigree would be received by my master, but... Your master? That stubborn old man. Let's not tell him. Save my vacation from going completely down the drain. If you'd like to visit and take a look at beneath the soul furnace, I could bring you there without telling anyone. Shake said, not beneath it. I want to go inside it. Okay. Why do you want to visit there? Who else? Nymphy, have you gathered all the revenant fragments yet? They're all inside my box here. The young lich nods and nonchalantly throws a slightly misshapen box into the shadows behind her. Her gaze shifts back and forth between the Jarl and the Revenant, then finally lands on the soul furnace that stands in the distance. Then let's go. Nymphy, I'll find another time to give you your reward. And here's a surprise I promised you. Do you want to go into the soul furnace for a walk? Can I really? Can I bring friends? So many kind people have helped us along the way. I could never have collected all the fragments so quickly without them. To tell the truth, I've always wanted to go inside, ever since I was a kid, just to see how it works. Oh, maybe he didn't mean inside, like inside the fire, just like inside the building. Well, as it stands, there are already multiple broken rules today, so... Just give me a minute, I'll gather everybody up. Everybody? Oh, hold on. Right, for my reward, can I get some scrap, or iron? Oh, help me explain it to Ermi, okay? Alright. Youth, so motivated, already sprang away like an arrow from the bow. I never introduced myself. I'm from down below the slums, as people call it. They call me the consultant there, and I speak for them. Mr. Tin Man and the Lich Lady, please call me Pole. Don't call me a lady, don't you think that's very improper? Oh, kiddo, in certain ways, you're still far too young. One, 2, 3, 4, and me, 5. All of us are here. Nymphy, the furnace is a dangerous place. Why did you bring this many people? And that little girl behind you? One child ticket, please. This is not a sightseeing spot, and we don't sell tickets, no children either. Oh, Sherry, I tried my best. Maybe next time. There is no next time. It's okay, Nymphy. I was thinking that maybe the big furnace is full of flatbread like the little one we have. Turns out it's all dark and dirty and lame. What flatbread? We never bake anything with the furnace nodes. Your grandpa's waiting outside, right? Quick, go find him.
There are still so many people here, and now what am I going to do with them? They all helped me a lot, and you promised just now they won't give you any trouble at all. Everyone, I need all of you to give me your own words, not just Nymphes. It doesn't matter to me. All I want is to take a look at the work of that legendary designer. I've heard her signatures on the Soul Furnace's blueprints too. Is that true? Since when does the Soul Furnace have blueprints? You can look all you want, but no touching. What about you, Gargoyle? What are you looking at?
There's a wide enough pipeline that leads straight out of the city.
Gargoyles tend to be into complicated constructions like this. Don't worry, she's just checking whether the pipelines are sturdy enough.
Right. I'm trying to see if we can crawl through them.
Okay.
What about you, consultant? Trying to live your childhood dream like you said before?
Is that not good enough of a reason? You know, I just now noticed on Ermengarde. I think she has an antler right there. Poking out of her hat. I figured the liches don't have horns because Fremont doesn't, and I never noticed Ermengarde having one, but I think she actually does have horns.
I didn't expect to see you here. Kalaisha, what is a Nexa here? Who left our tribe doing here? Left my tribe? No, we just hold different ideals. As for what I'm doing here, mainly I couldn't bring myself to refuse such a sincere invitation from this cutie pie. And if I manage to learn a few extraordinary witchcraft rituals while inside the furnace, that's all the better. None of us here have any reason to lie. What's more, it was a Jal who invited all of us.
I finished a whole cigarette already. Are you done with the roll call yet? I don't suppose anyone's going against their word. Lich girl, try not to pick up your master's bad habits. Liches used to have a pretty good reputation, but now...
I am very well versed in history, but I can tell you are making things up. Okay, now, if everyone's ready, let's get going. Stay close, don't fall behind. Hooray, you're the best, Ermi. I knew you would be more amiable than those old stuck-up fossils. Turn right at the corner. There are potholes on the ground 3 steps ahead. Keep left. You can open your eyes now. We're here. So this is what it looks like inside. What's that faintly glowing thing? The witchcraft core. This is the deepest part of the Soul Furnace. As far as I know, ever since it was built, only liches have come here to hold rituals to appease the revenants.
And the last ritual caused the big fireworks that led us all here. Anything else to share?
Mr. Tin Man, should we proceed as we discussed?
Sure, I'll keep an eye out for you.
The fireworks were only an accident as the ceremony wasn't completed. My master tasked me with finding the revenant fragments scattered all over Kazdel, and I entrusted this mission to Nymph. Nymph then got your help, which means my master owes all of you a favor. No, he owes all of us a favor. As was the keeper of the Temple of Knowledge, a favor of his most valuable indeed. Do you accomplish quite a lot with it? But as a student, I already decided in this place to use this favor to do something exceedingly difficult.
I'm kind of getting the feeling you're going to say something horrible. Is it okay if I leave now?
No way, I invited you here. If anyone's leading, I'm leading first.
Uh-huh. It's actually nothing to be scared of. She's just being sulky that she got taught a lesson by the stubborn old man, and she's trying to win back some face. What face?
The Revenant face. I'll finish my master's appeasement ceremony without a flaw, so are you in?
Yeah.
Sorry, I couldn't stand that awkward silence, so I thought I'd make some noise. Like I said, I'm just here to admire that legendary designer's work. Since I've now seen it, I'll leave this Revenant business to the rest of you.
We kept our eyes closed the whole time, and you're telling me you've already done?
If it was just the watching the ceremony, I'd be totally fine. But the Lich here seems to want us to be active participants.
If we're dealing with revenants, should we let Amia know, and the Babel members too?
All of us have seen how powerful revenants can be. Even little fragments are causing chaos all over Kazdel.
Paul, stop sweating. It's not that bad.
Not that bad. Think about it, Nymph. If it had taken us just a little longer to get any one of the fragments, what do you think would have happened? There would have been bloodshed in those gangs that had been drawn their blades, and that berserk colossus wouldn't have stopped its fist. And think about the risks when facing the revenants who have been burning in the furnace for centuries. Is that really something we can take by ourselves? Yes. Like I said, I'll keep an eye out for you.
A revenant. A powerful revenant who turned his back on his homeland, only to return as if nothing happened. I have no qualms with this. I'm fine with it too. What's there to be scared of if we have such a badass ancestor looking after us?
You're getting ahead of yourself, Nymph. Even with Mr. Tin Man here, it's not going to be easy to appease the ancestors with just a few of us.
Why do you think it'll be hard? We've met so many people on our way here. Everyone may live pretty hard lives, but we're all living life to the fullest. Maybe the ceremony failed last time because the ancestors had heard enough nagging. I mean, when all of you ever hear is the future and sacrifice, blah blah blah, how is anyone supposed to cheer up? If we tell them about how people in Kazdel live these days, they might drive up their enthusiasm. Besides, the Revenants might still remember the legendary designer. They might know her true identity.
That sounds splendid. Count me in.
We have made it this far. We can't go back empty-handed. If the Revenants can show us a secret passage out of the city...
Then you're in too, Paul. What do you say? Still hesitating.
It's a bit of a risk, but I can't think of a reason not to go for it. I'm in.
Okay then, let's throw the ancestors an appeasement ceremony like they've never seen. What do you think, Mr. Tin Man?
I'm intrigued. I said yes to the Lich Girl there because she said basically what you just did.
Really, Ermi? we're the ones who walk the paths of Kasdel's future, not them, so... Of course we have the right to do this. Now cover your ears, I'll begin the incantations. Let's try again, relax. Blood souls, come near and heed my call. In the flames, as your bloodlines melt away, heed my call. What's going on? There's no response at all. Mr. Tenman, are you still there? Maybe I have gone too deep. I'm not getting any response. Did I do something wrong? No, if I turn my back now, I'll be admitting to a failure before it's even over.
In the shapeless shadows, spots of cold light revolve around my consciousness, leaving trailed layers behind them. Once you try to understand the logic within, you will immediately lose yourself in it. Stop. Think. Think. These are the Revenant's fragments. I remember now. I'll try to bring them together. But they keep escaping my fingers like stardust. They are talking, the ones. There's one, two, a lot of the voices slowly drawing near me. The coldness fades away and the frigid ice burns bright. I can feel it. Agitation, hatred, chaos. It's more than them not hearing my cries. They are simply ignoring me. Ultimately, they are annoyed. They want to tear me apart. Step back. 3, 2, 1. Cut your senses off and step back.
Ermi, are you okay? You were standing there shaking. That was scary. I am alright. Where is Mr. Tin Man?
He's over there by the wall. He hasn't moved for a while now with his head down, and I'm not sure what's going on with him, or if those metallic joints ever ache.
The ceremony, did it work? I was returning the fragments of the revenants, but I lost myself in their consciousness. It was the Tin Man who saved me.
Not a big deal. I just offered a hand. You could have handled it yourself, although it would have taken more time.
He was standing still the whole time. Why does it sound like it's echoing inside my head?
It's not a bad thing for kids to have that kind of drive, but you went too deep. Good thing you had an old man like me to watch you from ashore and occasionally drop the odd pearl.
But the revenants didn't heed my call.
I half expected as such. Having spent so many years in the furnace, their brains have been torched. No, they haven't had brains in a long time. You, the schemy kid, yes. You, give me a hand. Take the notepad from my coat's inside pocket and a few pens too. You aren't gonna suddenly wake up and grab my hand, right? Like that kind of thing in horror stories. I'm not that cliche. Once you have the notebook, write down whatever you want to say to the revenants, tear the pages out and burn them. The lighter's in my pants pocket. Or use arts, either way.
Was that really reach them?
They can't make me look bad, right? Write down whatever you want, and I suggest topics that might be interested in. Hey, what do you folks want to know about? Things about Kazdel, write them down, tear the pages out, burn them.
What are you doing right now?
I ran into an old friend. We're catching up. Don't worry about me.
I'm finished. Ermi, make me a fireball, will you? Can't you manage a simple arts like that? Never mind. Who else has something ready to burn? No need, I found the lighter.
Where's Mudrock?
Nymph, what did you write? Not telling. Wishes don't come true if you tell them out loud. You aren't making a wish. Can't you feel it? The furnace seems to be shaking. I can see it. The ancestors have manifested.
Time to talk about you. Wait, the smoke in his pipe is a smiley face.
Me, actually, he came to me back then too. But I didn't go with him. I saw the bones on him clattering away. Were you in there?
Don't remember. Memories don't do anyone any good other than adding to the suffering.
But you still recognize me.
Because I loathe you. We loathe you. Our resentment fanned the flames. It's what he wished.
You lot certainly have a reason to loathe. I find myself with hard feelings every now and then too.
You should have never returned. Why are you here?
Let's just say I'm here to see old friends. They've spent too much time in Columbia, waking up every morning to see a bunch of newly invented gadgets, but sometimes I reminisce of old times and old friends. That's why I decided to take a vacation and come back here. It's been centuries and I heard Kazdel got rebuilt again. I was curious at what the place looked like. I heard that they've been renovating this furnace soon, and there would be a celebration to release all of you. Though I wonder if you'll last that long.
It's more of a funeral. An endless funeral.
I'm aware. Revenants, all of you died long ago, but you need a funeral nonetheless. I understand that, I do. In some parts of Columbia, you tell jokes about the dead at funerals. Everybody laughs and forgets the teary parts. I think that's a pretty good tradition. More places should have funerals like that. I just so happen to have met some interesting kids, and they've got some interesting ideas. Why not hear what they have to say? Think of it as a rehearsal for your funeral. Try not to scare them, though. They are all good Kazdelian kids. It's only been a second. Why are my legs so stiff? Seems I need to find some time for a spa treatment on my joints. Where's my lighter? His smoke turned into a question mark now.
A schemy boy took it.
Can you feel it? The furnace seems to be shaking. I can see it. The ancestors have manifested. A nymph, watch out. Come over here.
You think you have the right to stand before the revenants and talk about the future of Kazdel? Not only the future. What I wrote is probably more like legends and folk tales. Those mercenaries sound pretty confident, and I wasn't sure if it was true, so I figured I would ask you if there was ever really a Kazdel city that fell straight to the ground, leaving only a big pit. You would curse Kazdel to be buried in the earth over a mere squabble. Curses, perish the thought. If such a place actually exists, I want to see it. I might just find some lost treasure I could use to expand my style. I've already thought up the expedition's title. The Lost Kazdel, Echoes of Eras Past. Sounds classy, don't you think? There's been so many Kazdels over the course of history. Maybe one of them really did come crashing down. I'm just running my mouth. Don't get mad at me. What I wrote is my hopes of Fort Kazdel's future, nothing too wild. Really? Let's see. In a new Kazdel, the Sarkas help one another and outsiders no longer have to crowd on the city outskirts. People come here for better lives regardless of race, and there is no royal court anymore. Bull, did you write that? That's mine. Didn't I burn it? How did you find it?
Regardless of race, no royal court. Can you see what I wrote?
Yes, well, your vision is pretty bold, Gargoyle. I'm afraid it may never come true.
A lot of people have said the same thing over the years. To another. A lot of people said the same thing a lot of years ago to another gargoyle.
Ermi, which step of the ceremony are we on? We're not on any step ever since the ancestor showed up. I've completely lost control of this ceremony. Right now, the feeling I'm getting is that the ancestors are toying with us. Toying? They seem to enjoy hearing a different kind of stories. Crashing to the earth, flying into the sky, no royal court, an entire city turned into revenants. You people come up with some wild ideas. Do you really think? Do you really think that compared to the way it is now, Kazdel would be better like that? If Kazdel makes its way towards one of them, only to find it's on the wrong path, what will you do?
There's no such thing as the wrong path. Nobody knows what form Kazdel will ultimately take, but all of us want the people here to live better lives. If life gets better, how could you call it the wrong path? Even if the path we end up taking is a treacherous one, it would be better than finding ourselves at a dead end, wouldn't it?
There is no response from the furnace core. The Tin Man looks down once again, while his fingers continue to rhythmically tap his other arm. Nymph feels her heart beating faster as the staff in her hand gets hotter. Come on, hurry up and say something. Nymph glances at Crowny to plead for help, but she sees only a dark shadow in the distance. If you think Kazdel would be better that way, then try it for yourselves. You will prove for yourselves whether the outcome is good or bad, and you will bear any consequences. Let's see if you truly have the right to find Kazdel a different path.
A different path to where?
To the stories you just told. Nice. Why isn't Ami helping out? I don't know what Ami is doing. So this return to the beginning. With a great deal of effort, the departed ancestral spirits were finally sent back to the furnace. Perhaps this is an omen, signifying that the Soul Furnace's mission is nearing its end. Or perhaps it foretells that after embracing nomadic city life, Kazdel will soon experience a profound rebirth.
Have you been doing well lately, Doctor?
What is all of this announcement stuff? Link your accounts. Haven't I already done this? Whatever. That was good though. I liked seeing the next step for Kazdel. That's not what I thought this was going to be about at all. I didn't have any expectation what this was actually going to be about. But a pleasant surprise to see it as post-war Kazdel. They will, I mean, I'm rooting for Nosti to make the Flying City. I think that's gonna happen. But any Kazdel, I think, yeah, any Kazdel without the Royal Court or the Military Commission will probably be better off. Not that there is no, like, barely any Royal Court left anyway, so it's not like that's gonna be a hard change. That's just kind of happening naturally. We'll see what the military commission is. It's still around. Whether or not Teresa's is still around, I don't know. Manfred is. Maybe he's in charge now. I don't know. Amia is apparently in Kazdel? Question mark. But that's it for today. My voice is sore, so thank you all for watching. And until we meet again, may the sands of time treat you well.